Hello and welcome to Roll For It, where YouTubers and streamers get together to play some lovely tabletop RPGs and squee about things. Right, okay. I don't know if we've got any announcements today. Let me just double check. So I'll do the shilling first. We are sponsored by Roll20. So before we get into our Call of Cthulhu campaign, please bear in mind that if you would like to have a virtual tabletop, you can use Roll20. We've been using them for literally the entire time we've been doing this. And we've been sponsored for like 2 weeks. So, like, you know, we might be biased, but take that with whatever grain of salt you want. If you do need a virtual tabletop to play any sort of RPG game, you can do it. They have loads and loads of different games loaded up there. And also you can create your own sheets with a pro account. So you can design your own sheets or modify existing ones, which I've done occasionally. In addition, you know, social distancing is a thing. So if you can't meet up and you still want to play your tabletop game, you can do so over the internet using Roll20. There you go. Also, shilling, if you want to support us, you can do so on our Patreon. There's a number of tiers and rewards. You can help support us and allow us to pay our lovely cast. You can do so on our YouTube channel if you become a YouTube member. Twitch, you can become a subscriber. Obviously, there's 3 different tiers of that as well. Gets you access to emotes. All of those will get you access to our Discord as well, where everyone's pretty chatty. And tips and bits can be used for a one-off support way if you want to, like, not do a repeating thing, or if you want to do that as well, totally go ahead, and you can use tips or bits, and they will happen to make things go down there next to the logo over the dice rolls. So if you want to, you can do that. And last but not least, tell people about the show. Spread the word. Share the show. Hijack the news broadcasting service and, like, play it on all channels or something. I don't know, but you could just tell people about the show. That would also help. Right. That said and done, I don't think there's any announcements for today, so I think that's going to be the quickest ever. Hand it over to London to take it away with Strange but True. There you
go. Thank you. Thank you, EE. Welcome to a dark and dizzying journey into madness. We will begin very shortly, but first I would like to introduce our wonderful investigators in their 4th and perhaps final adventure. Let's start off with everyone's favorite demon, Salmon Woman. Who are you playing tonight, Katie Peters Plays? And also, who are you?
I am Katie Peters Plays, and I will be playing Ruby Wells, who's the researcher for Strange But True, and may have gotten, you know, maybe some heritage of some fish people, and also has a really sweet tattoo on her left hand that is kind of necrotic tissue situation now, but she lives with Alice, who is her roommate, and they lost Mittens the last episode. Mittens got tossed into the street, but that's me.
That's you. And your roommate is also here tonight. Please, who are you and who are you playing, roommate of Ruby Wells?
I am Vandy, and I'm playing Alice Nichols, as I did and have done every week. And I just remembered that Mittens is lost. And now I'm actually distraught. Listen, I carry a shotgun, try to pretend like I have no emotion, you know, but realistically, a heart of gold and a bit of a temper. But she does bartend in the speakeasy downstairs. And yeah, I guess, oh God, oh, Mittens.
Well, it's good to have you. Your skills and knowledge and background will come in handy tonight. No pun intended too, Ruby. Next up, we have Rowan. Who's playing Rowan tonight?
Hi, everyone. My name's Grant Ellis, and I am playing Rowan Phoenix. Rowan is the copy editor for the Strange But True periodical paper. He's been known for having a good time, slinging the sacks and rocking out in a gazebo where bipedal porpoise people, who are beautifully made up, by the way, still haven't gone over it. Yeah, he's here to bring a good time and to make distractions, what with his smooth and charming ways. He's also been married twice on the show, which is pretty interesting.
Indeed.
Almost 3, honestly.
I think one of them was long enough to count as a civil union.
Let's see if we can add any more tonight. But last but not least, you know him, you love him. We have EE. EE, who are you playing tonight? Also, I realize that EE sounds like a dolphin noise.
Oh, yeah. I have to stick these Alvarez on them before every stream, you know, just to make sure. Right, I am playing James Harrington Smythe. I'm a professor of archaeology over at university that we never talk about because we're too busy tracking down strange but true things, and also apparently loads of secret lore items that I now have in my possession. Nothing's gonna go wrong there.
Including a painting which is somehow a dimensional portal? Maybe? And you can summon deep ones? Maybe? Let's see if you can use any of those things tonight on this episode of Strange but True. We begin in New York City. Let's get some sounds going as well. But we begin on New York City in this sort of dark alleyway. It is littered with trash and these sort of trash bins that, you know, flank both sides of this straightaway. We're going to start off tonight by getting a listen roll from everyone here.
It's eerily quiet. Or not.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Now, it appears that Rowan and Rupert hear this metal clanging. It seems faint at first, but gets louder and more furious. There's almost a scratching, almost of like claws on metal, as you see off in the distance this lone little garbage pail shaking. What do you do?
I take my saxophone and hold it close because I don't want to lose my love this early in the session. And I think I want to creep to all right. Yeah, and then I think I want to examine the trash can. Nervous, you know, could have a lost cat or something inside. I don't know. So I'm nervous.
Cool. Are you examining it from afar or close up? What do you do?
I gotta get close. It's one of those things I have to look with my hands, not my eyes.
Indeed. Are you going to open this trash can?
Yes.
Okay.
I pull out one of the doilies I swapped from Ruby's place and use it to lift the lid. Sanitation. Okay. I'll return that doily one day.
As you lift this metal lid from its resting place, give me a dodge roll, Rowan.
I'm not good at that. Let's see. Come on, where's dodge on my sheet? Do I have dodge?
Yeah, it should be.
Yes, there it is. I see it. I see it.
Oh. So, what happens? You feel this sharp sting of pain as this metal object, like, you know, I just knocked my headphone off, but it soars past your cheek and you can feel this sharp sting. Ruby, Alice, and Rupert, you all see this can opener fly past Rowan. Inside of the trash can, there, you see a familiar face as Mittens is kind of curled up in a bunch of trash looking up at you. Mittens says, what do you do?
I play Mittens' favorite song on the saxophone. This is going to be a Pied Piper, and I'm going to charm. It's actually Brass Monkey by the Beastie Boys. So, yeah, I'm going to try to lure our feral friend back to the group, Pied Pipering it.
I would immediately exclaim, "My baby!"
So we
And then
see him in the
realize
trash
what I
can?
say.
Yes,
I would notice that Alice said that too, like my baby. Can we rush over to the trash can and can I reach in and pull Mittens out?
Yeah, of course. Give me a saxophone roll, Rowan, as everyone else runs over to Mittens, who, lights up at seeing you as you're able to pick up Mittens. Found at last.
Success.
Now, your soothing saxophone sounds just really kind of, just calm Mittens as Mittens just, kind of balls up in the arms of her mother's.
Right?
Yes, yeah.
I'd rush over and I'd just like start kissing his little face, be like, "Oh, you smell so bad. Oh,
We can give him a bath. We'll give him a bath when we get
we'll
home.
give him a bath. Can we give him a bath? He smells terrible."
Oh, I just hug him and imagine there's like dirt and garbage just all over him, but I don't care. I'm just like hugging Mittens.
Now, these are happy times indeed. But this group of investigators from Strange But True did not expect the darkness that would soon envelop their lives. They were quickly off on another assignment. Getting their assignment from Elijah Cleaver, the editor-in-chief of Strange But True, they set off to Boston. There, they were to meet one Professor Pegram, who had sighted a mysterious fish man, perhaps. Now, as you all know, you all have experience with these bipedal porpoise people, fish people, deep ones, as you call them. But Cleaver has arranged for you all to dine with Pegram, meet him at his mansion in Boston. But oddly, Cleaver didn't promise or offer, his usual standard $5 a day for all your expenses and stuff. The professor, Professor Pegram, has offered to cover these things for you. But if you bring back a print-worthy article, you will receive $10 each as usual. But there's one more sort of specification here. The wife of the professor can't know the reason for your visit. It must be kept a secret from the wife for some reason. But soon, you go upon this busy street as you see this sort of upmarket apartment building there. You pass around the corner before winding to this mansion that sits among all of these like nice apartment buildings. You can see the sort of well-manicured, just immediate surroundings of it as your eyes meet a very stately manner. Now, what are you all doing? Are you discussing sort of your plan of action here? Are you proceeding right up to the door? What's that like?
Suppose we'd be walking right up. I mean, need to go meet this guy. It's a nice house, though. Huh?
Be careful of roof tiles falling off.
I'm always careful about roof tiles. Not that they're to hit me anyway. Just keep like a little glance up, make sure nothing's gonna fall on me.
No roll required. This place is nice. It is not about to fall apart like if the will reading that you experience firsthand. It's very nice. And there is a big brass knocker there at the door on this huge wooden, like painted dark green door.
I would check my... Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, do you think it's a little weird that we can't talk around his wife or to his wife about this?
Yes.
Oh, probably just some affair or whatever it is. Maybe he's cheating on her or has a secret love child.
Or maybe she's a fish person as well.
I check
Yes,
my
well, that's
pocket
possible.
my pocket journal of pseudonyms. Like, let's see. I have one that fits the bill here. I think I'm his wife's cousin Robert today, and we I'll have to impose. I'll keep her occupied.
All right.
I should let you all know that the professor and his wife are indeed expecting you from Strange But True.
They are expecting us, Rowan. You are aware of this, right?
It's all right, a pseudonym. Let him dream.
That's
Fair enough.
Let him
Some people
explore his-
enjoy living in their fantasy.
No.
Might disarm them.
I have a question. Are you actually related, though, to the wife? Are you actually
Could be.
cousins? Okay.
Could be. Come from a large
right.
family. A lot of people.
Wonder if she's Italian.
Mamma mia.
If we're going to have dinner later, I hope so.
Oh,
So
I'll play it straight.
the knocker is knocked, and the door sort of opens up, and inside you see this sort of figure standing there. He is dressed very finely in almost like this like black coat, stark white shirt, nice tie there. Ah, yes. Strange but true. We were expecting you right this way inside. The missus will meet you all. Dinner will be ready shortly.
excellent.
Thank you.
Yes.
I feel already underdressed.
No, it is quite all right. Oh, the missus is right here. And as you all sort of enter this sort of entryway, the Mrs. Pegram comes around the corner. And it's this sort of tall woman, and she's like in her 60s, but she has this bright, vibrant, sort of personality and aura that just emanates from her. And she says, "Oh, hello, welcome. It's so nice to meet you all. Oh, you must be Rupert, and oh, you must be Rowan. Oh, Ruby and Alice. Oh, I've read all of your stories in the articles and in the papers. Oh, it's so exciting to meet you all. I'm so happy to have you for dinner."
You're so kind. Honestly, starting to think that people didn't read our publication, but it's so nice to meet someone who's actually familiar with our work.
Oh, yes, yes. And when my darling told me that you were all coming over for dinner, I guess to work on a new article, is that right?
Well, we're following up on a potential lead, but
Okay.
we don't have anything concrete yet. So we'll need to, it always starts with a hunch, right?
No, well, that's right. Oh, so exciting, so exciting. So right this way, please. Make yourselves comfortable, and dinner will be ready very, very shortly. Can I get you a drink to start off with?
Yes.
Grape juice?
Yes, we have grape juice, yes, and some other soft drinks as well.
I will have a grape juice.
Okay, grape juice?
Yes. If you have adult grape juice.
What do you mean by adult grape juice? I'm sorry.
I simply mean grape juice. Since,
Your wine of the
since-
grape.
Oh, no, we don't have any of that.
Oh, no.
Prohibition, of course.
I did not mean that. It's simply, it reminds me of, an older time, perhaps. You just put it in it's a different glass. That's it.
Okay.
She likes to drink it out of a wine glass. Since mine's
just
fine in a
that
cup.
nice.
It's just
Yeah.
that she likes it a little bit more fancy.
Okay. Yes, we got rid of all of our wine glasses. We have just the normal glasses now. We are not drinkers at all. But that's fine,
Understandable.
Regular grape juice, we have the finest quality of regular grape juice. Oh, and for the gentlemen, anything that I can get you, some soft drinks as well, some water.
Yeah, a Coca-Cola.
Will do.
Thank you.
All right.
A cup of tea, please?
And a cup of tea, yes.
Thank you.
All right. And you see her just kind of whisk herself away off to the kitchen where you can hear, like, not really shouting, but just loud. Okay. Tea, Coca-Cola, grape juice. Dinner in 10 minutes, please. Serve it in 10 minutes. After that, you are met by another figure that walks into the room. You see this he's an older man, this facial hair of just like pure white and a big coif of hair on his head. Comes inside. Hello. Yes, I am Professor Pegram. Nice to meet you all. I'm glad that you could all attend tonight. I would love to talk to you all a little later about, just things I've seen and all, but dinner is first.
Well, we've had quite the journey, and I think we are all quite famished, so it's very kind of you to host us like this.
Of course. Yes. Well, I'll right this way and I'll show you to your seats. Yes.
Thank you.
And
I turn towards Ruby, and I'm like, I hate it here. Like, I just mouth it, like, I hate it here. There's no alcohol. Like,
I just smile and I put my hand on her forearm and like give it a squeeze.
I
Enjoy it.
I will smuggle to Alice out of my jacket one of Nona's home bottled beverages. Me. Just a pack.
oh, if I could marry you again, then I just like.
Never say never.
Okay, yeah. So you smuggle that out, and pass that over. Very soon, you were all seated at this long, just dark wooden dinner table. There was a nice fine cloth over the top of it, and each place is neatly set. It's a beautiful dining room in here, and the food is even more beautiful. Now, there's all of these just delicious foods, such as there's a herring salad, there's a pickled cucumber, and you finish off the meal with some pancakes and fresh berries. And then there at the table with you is, of course, Mrs. Pegram, Professor Pegram, as he begins to speak. Yes. It's only a short time before my retirement, and I only have a few more social gatherings before I conclude my academic service. And we're very excited for that. Of course, we've been married a little over 2 years now. And soon we'll be moving to Illinois. We're going to settle there in my retirement and just live a simple life in the countryside.
Well, I've heard it's quite nice in the countryside, and I believe Ruby here comes from a more rural setting. So.
Oh, are you from Illinois? Yes.
No, I'm from Poughkeepsie, upstate in New York, and we have a farm.
Oh, yes. Poughkeepsie.
Corn. Yeah, corn and cows.
Oh, how charming. Wonderful. Yes, well, we inherited this property. My mother has never been there, but she had only spoke about it before her death. But we visited out there. It's sort of on the banks of the Ohio River down the property. It needs some work, but, we're very excited to get it up to snuff.
Well, any beautiful place, I'm sure, requires a bit of work beforehand, and it will become some place that I'm sure you can be absolutely proud of in your retirement.
Yes. And the scenery is beautiful. The people are interesting, as he gives you all a knowing look.
I hear they can be quite pale, those people.
Yes, the ones that I've seen were pale. You see his wife sort of cut over a look in his direction. Okay. And she's trying to read him. Doesn't get a good read on him and your all's conversation about something that he saw.
Well, being in the sun those long days working in the fields, you want to make sure you get adequate shade so that you don't, develop any skin conditions.
And
I pull my glove like a little bit up my arm more.
She gets like excited at that. She's like, "Oh, yes, skincare is very important. I just like to keep youthful." So I agree with you there, Ruby, for sure.
How do you keep your complexion just so beautiful? I mean, really, just we live in the city, and it's very difficult to, with all the hustle and bustle. I feel like it takes a toll on my skin.
Yes. Well, Boston is pretty happening as well, I would say. But what I do, I take a short walk every morning. That's about it. Other than that, I stay quiet inside. Drink lots of water. Hydration is also very important. And rest. Yes, just right in the study over there. I read every afternoon. I have a little bit of tea, like your professor here, and it keeps me glowing.
If there's like a guy or someone who's serving, anything around here, I'll just be like, could I also get a water? Big glass.
A water, yes. We'll get you a water. One moment, please. And he runs off. Very quickly comes back with this sort of like a bottle of water, puts it down, a glass, and slides it in your direction. Here you go, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'll open it, pour it, and is it like an actual bottle of water, or is it like?
It's like one of those like big glass bottles. It's almost like a wine bottle, but it's just filled to the brim with water. Almost like
okay.
Yeah, like almost like a vase almost. Yeah.
All
yeah.
right. I'll pour some water. Water? Anyone?
Let's say grace.
If you would like to do that, I mean, we have already begun to eat, but
I come from the reorganized church, and we always say the mid-meal prayer.
Oh, okay, yes. Well, let's do that then. Puts his head down.
Everybody hold hands. Then I'm just gonna kind of side eye. They're all willing to do this. Strange but true. I'm like,
Any of them wearing
I'm
gloves?
gonna go right into a wedding ceremony. Yeah.
Nobody's wearing gloves.
Well, I'm wearing gloves.
except for Ruby, yeah.
Except for Ruby.
Yeah, they're
nobody
just gonna be like, God is good, God is great. Let's finish up the food on our plate. Amen. All right. That was the
Amen.
It's reorganized to be shorter.
lightning strikes me.
Nobody likes a long prayer in the middle of meal. Shortly.
Oh yes, that was very nice. We've speaking of the property, we did some research on the place. It appears to have been one of the oldest buildings in town. Apparently, it was an 18th century tavern called Potts's Tavern. Yeah, isn't that delightful?
Oh, but it must have good roots then. Taverns they have to stand for a very long time.
Yes.
Had to.
Yes.
Recently.
Yeah, so we moved all of the furniture out, sold it, repainted a lot of it. But we're going to go back in probably about a week's time just to finish up everything once my duties at the university are over.
Excellent. And when will that be? Do you have a date in particular when you're going to be wrapping everything up and free from your duties?
Yes, about a week from today. So then we'll head out to Illinois.
Excellent. Oh, well, start the countdown. What an exciting time for you all.
Yes, Shawneetown awaits. And the wife again is just she's like smiling and nodding along. Eventually the dinner sort of concludes. And Mrs. Pegram, she kind of sits up. Okay, well, ladies, would you like to join me in the salon?
Yes. I yes. I'll stand up and grab my grape juice and be at the ready to follow. And I'll look over at Alice.
I will powder my nose briefly, and then I'll meet you there. If you don't mind.
Oh, no problem. No problem at all.
I'm going to look for the bathroom, I guess.
Yeah, so there's like butlers. There's like more than one sort of like maid. There's a butler. They all point you towards where the nearest washroom is. It's not too far away. But Mrs. Pegram, she slinks out of the room with Ruby in tow into this beautiful salon. There's these beautiful like paintings in there, nice furniture, all expertly crafted. As she turns to you, looks. So, which one of the men is yours? They're both very handsome.
We just work with them. So they're not actually our partners.
Okay.
Yes, but Rowan and Rupert, they're both very handsome. They're very handsome.
I saw a ring or two on Rowan's hand. I wasn't sure. I just wanted.
Oh, I think he's just saving himself for the right person.
No shame in that. Not at all.
How did you meet your husband?
Oh, yes. Well, I met him overseas. Actually, I met him on it was a boat ride.
Oh.
Obviously, yes. We've only been married for 2 years now. I was married before, but his name was Hans Carlson. We had children, but they died during the Spanish influenza
Oh no.
epidemic a few years ago. Yes.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So that's when I moved to Germany. I didn't settle there, but I decided to make a new start here in America. And that's where I met my darling on the boat from Hamburg and swept him off his feet.
Oh, are you excited to move to Illinois?
It's nice. I'm a little cautious.
I don't blame you. I moved from my farm to the big city, and it was a big shock to the system to change so drastically from one place to the other.
Well, not that exactly.
Well, we're just girls here. What's bothering you?
What is Alice doing?
Drinking. Fucking, like, oh my god, the effort she is putting in right now to seem like, oh yeah, it's wonderful. Like she's dying inside. So she is taking the drink that she got from Rowan, downing it, having a couple mints, breathing to let it set in for a minute, and then going back out to meet them.
Okay, cool. So give me either a constitution or an appearance roll.
Let's see. I think I will do appearance. Yeah, that's a success.
Great. Within a couple of moments, you make your way back into the salon, and you're holding it together. You're no stranger to alcohol. You know, you're the bartender. Like, you do this all the time.
It helps me. Yeah, it actually helps me make the interactions go more smoothly and just, takes the edge off.
So as you come back into the room, you don't really smell like alcohol or anything with those mints that you popped. But you arrive just in time to hear Mrs. Pegram. I don't know how to tell Stuart, my husband, this. He's set on going to Illinois, but I've heard from some of the nearby townspeople that the tavern used to be. It was an inn where guests were robbed and murdered.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, was this a long time ago, though?
I mean, yes. Over 50 years ago, I'm sure, but that's not something I want to be associated with, and I don't want my husband associated with that either. He is an academic type. I am an upstanding citizen. I don't even drink. I wouldn't even think of it. But I don't want that associated with our name, with the Pegram name.
With the alcohol comment, I glance over at Alice just really quickly. Well, I mean, sometimes you can rewrite the story. You can change the history. You can spruce things up. Make a new name for it so that it's not remembered for the murders and robberies, but something different.
And that is exactly what we do. And with Strange But True, you see, there are stories that maybe have had a little history, and we take them and show the world that maybe not everything is as it seems. So with your establishment, you'll be able to take its history and say, look at what we've done with it. It's a redemption story.
Persuade rolls from both of you.
Where's my persuade?
Oh my gosh. No. Didn't work for me.
Hold on, where's my persuade?
At the top on the right.
Top on the right? Oh, right. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Extreme success! Oh my gosh, I got a 4.
That's fantastic. So at that, you see her demeanor change. Like, she's already, been bubbly and sort of bright, but that even changes even more as there's this calm that's mixed in with that. It's almost like she was overcompensating for her nervousness with this personality, right? And you see her for the first time. she breathes. And she says, "So that's why you're here." Oh. Well, I'm glad that you're here to really give this place a good name. I was afraid that there was something wrong with it, and that's why, Stuart called you all here. But I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad that, you're able to look into this and, really give this place a good name, because I care about my reputation. I want to uphold it, and I want to uphold my husband's reputation. And you two are magnificent. Thank you so much.
You're
for having us.
absolutely welcome. Thank you. Yeah. Wow, there's two types of people. It's like, no, thank you. And it's like, yeah, you're welcome. Like, we are great. Like,
I love this party so much. I love this party. Meanwhile, back in the dining room, the professors and Rowan, Skylar says, they're all hanging out. And
That's the
Professor
band.
Pegram.
Rowan and the Professors.
We're an early 80s dark
Great name.
wave band.
Oh, so he's there, and he's there talking to you two, and he's really going into what he saw. This fish person that bothered him. It was a lovely morning, and I stood in the trees thinking about the meeting of the black waters of the Saline River and the brown of the Ohio, and that exact point in which the two mixed. They were flowing strongly, and it was almost as if this blunt and jagged head was all that emerged every now and again. It traveled huge distances in between sightings, and I thought it must have been some sort of freakishly large seal, manatee, or alligator swimming around, but then it reached the bank and climbed out. I saw it. It was humanoid, but not human, but it had two legs, two arms, bipedal. And it had this shambling gait and was hunched, scaly. I hate to have seen the face of it. But it took the path in the general direction of this place not far from the inn, called the Old Towson Place. A man named Flanagan lives there now. I met him a few days before, but he's not the kind of man you want to be your neighbor, if you know what I mean. He is a drinker. It's prohibition, after all. I hate to think of that. Anyway, yes. Have you ever seen anything of this sort?
Fish people.
Yes?
Oh, yes.
Good. And you, Rowan?
Look, when you've lived a life as wild and tumultuous as mine, I've seen a lot of weird, and I've seen a lot of strange things. Strange, but true things. And I'm going to hold them up, one of my little sketches of a fish person. And it's, it should look pretty close, a little accurate.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Rowan actually took the picture of a fish person that was in the issue from three months ago.
Yes, my wife is an avid reader. Let me go and see if we have that one. He runs off. A couple minutes, he comes back with the paper, flipping through for the published article with the picture that Rowan took. He looks it over. Similar for sure, but this is why I need you all to visit. If you can account for what I saw, then I will be so grateful. I want the unvarnished truth about this. Reason must find an explanation. Is it a freak? Is it a fish person like you've seen? Is it some sort of ghost? Prehistoric survival, maybe? Listen, I want to know that this isn't a threat to me and my wife once we move to the property. Now, I'll pay all reasonable expenses and $20 each for the week you're welcome to stay at the tavern. But now, I'm hoping to change the name to Pegram Place very soon. Mabel, the housekeeper, will let you in. If she isn't there, there's a key above the back kitchen door. I believe that Shawnee Town nearby has a telephone, but we're going to come and finish furnishing the house in a week. I'll pay you $50 each at that time. And if you want to write something up for Cleaver, go ahead as well. That'd be nice. But just keep my name and a home out of it.
And don't mention any of this to your wife.
Right. She's already worried about the place, and I just don't want to scare her anymore because I really want to go.
Can I psychology that?
Yes.
Hard success.
Yeah. So you know that he's telling the truth. Like, he cares deeply for his wife, and he really wants to sort of quell any deep reservations. They're not completely unfounded, according to her story, but, she has those reservations, and he's telling the truth that he wants this cleared up, but also for his peace of mind from seeing a fish person.
We can look into the fish person thing. It could be that they were just passing by. What do you think, Rowan?
I think we should follow these breadcrumbs. In my heart of hearts, I think the fish person is the underlying cause. I want to dig a little deeper. You smoke, Professor? As I open my jacket and reach for a small tin.
Oh, yes, I do. And as he pulls out from his pocket, a nice long, pipe he has there. Indeed.
Why don't you try one of mine? And then I'm gonna hand him one of my classic jazz cigarettes. I want to see if we can loosen and get any more information out of him. He might not have any more, but also I kind of want, when his wife does come back, him to be stoned. That's the maliciousness in me. Yeah. So, Rupert.
Yes.
Can I? Excuse me for 1 second, Professor Pegram.
Yes.
Rupert, do you think? What are you thinking about this? Do you think it all adds up?
Sounds very simple. He saw a fish person and is confused. Maybe too simple.
Yeah.
It's not even that strange anymore to us. It's just sounds true.
I almost worry that we're being set up in some way. Like, we've learned too much and being lured into an ambush.
That sounds worrying. You want be on something there? I'll have to ask Alice if she's brought her persuasion along.
Jazz paranoia. Sorry. And then I'm gonna say, well, I'm just gonna keep my eyes and ears open.
You've got a crackle in your voice, by the way. It's almost like you're speaking through a microphone that's crackling a little bit.
A microphone's crackling a little? Little?
Just a tad.
Well, is there anything we should investigate or do here?
We might check to see. Does it sound a little better?
Yes, sounds clear.
Okay, cool. The mic plug-in probably crashed. I go. I don't want to delve too deeply.
Here's an answer from YouTube.
Oh shoot! Now Google's listening.
You're speaking in tongues, my good man. Are you feeling okay?
I shouldn't have said that prayer in the mid-meal. The spirits are moving through me.
Well, after all the sprouts, something's certainly moving through me.
Here's what I would recommend. We check to see if anyone's been communicating to the professor or his wife from the outside, but I don't want to dig too deep, if you know what I mean, because they're not really the goal here or a story. I don't want to
How do you
too
mean
deep
communicating to us
things.
on the outside?
Correct. Yeah. I'm just curious if anyone has reached out to them to reach out to us. Kind of use them as a
right.
decoy.
Yes. Makes sense. I can ask Ruby and Alice to pump her for information.
At that time, the ladies all re-enter the room. Yes. Yes. It was, wonderful talking to you. Yes. So, we're back with the gentleman here.
Sorry, ladies, might I borrow my colleagues for a moment? We have a small work matter to discuss. It's very minor. If I could steal them away.
Oh, please, as she walks over to to her professor and just sort of, just kind of hangs on his arm there.
Rowan says it is quite possible that we could be being set up, and to if you could ask her if someone has asked them to ask us. I think. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Right.
Why?
Well, and I explain everything the professor said. It seems a bit like we could possibly being lured into a trap or something. Rowan mentioned it is possible. We might have made a bit of a nuisance of ourselves with some of the fishy types.
So they're trying to take us
Maybe.
out?
I wouldn't say it's impossible. I wouldn't say it's a certainty either. It certainly could be a case. And Rowan wanted to know if it's possible they have been asked to ask us by someone else rather than directly. Certainly, he didn't seem to be familiar with our article on the fishy people. The deep
But
ones.
she is.
Apparently, she's an avid reader. So it's
Very big
surprising.
fan.
Surprising we're keeping her in the dark.
The question there's a couple things I'd like to investigate before we go and check out the place. Is I'd like to speak with any of the groundskeepers or anyone else who'd be working with them, just to see if they've heard anything.
They mentioned they had someone looking after the house that lives in the area. She might know more.
Flanagan.
Yes. They also mentioned we'd be paid $20 and then $50 after it is complete. And also they'd pay reasonable expenses.
What?
Each?
Yes. And
Does that include us?
yes.
That's per person.
Yes, that's what I said. And that also we could write it up provided we leave the names out and then hand it over to Cleaver, which presumably might pay us for the article.
That's a lot of money.
Money is very good, but
It's suspiciously good.
Have you seen this house though? Look at this place.
Yes, it is a very nice house.
I
Where's
would love
Kenya?
to speak with their groundskeepers for one, and then we should. Ruby, if you could maybe ask her about if she's been in contact with anyone else, maybe.
I can sit and talk with her a bit more.
Yeah. Give her the excitement of the rural lands,
I mean, give her ideas to maybe make it a bed and breakfast.
What a great idea.
If there's ghosts, that could add some charm and draw some people in.
Well, and she seems to already like, the strange stories, so maybe she could, try writing some of her own.
Okay, I'll sit with her and see if I can get some more information.
All right. And with the gentleman, then the professor, maybe we should take a look at some books if there's any. What is his research even about?
What is his area of research?
You're not quite sure.
I haven't had a chance to ask. We got onto the fish subject. I was going to ask if he had any attempted to follow up on the fish people himself, and if I could see any of his research into the matter. So that would definitely be a line of inquiry.
All right. Well, let's do that, I think.
Yes. Okay. Very well.
I'll go up to the missus and I'll ask, before I go, I simply would like to speak with some of the groundskeepers and whatnot, just to get some tips of my own, because this is a beautiful home, and I can't help but aspire to have such a place as this.
You're too kind. Bertram, right over here. Bertram absolutely runs this place. Bertram is fantastic, keeps everything in tip-top shape. Oh, and he can actually sing. He's a great singer. He lets it. He's very humble. He doesn't like to talk about it, but that's Bertram. So yes, I'll leave you with Bertram here. Bertram will, tell you everything you need to know. I wish I could take him with us to Illinois, or I wish we could, stay around for him. But Mabel, our groundskeeper in Illinois, she's wonderful as well.
Mabel. All right. Let me
Yes.
a couple of these names down.
I'm sure you'll meet her.
All right. And Bertram is this guy.
Yes, I'm Bertram. Hello. Hi.
Bertram, an absolute pleasure. Shall we go somewhere a little bit more private so we can speak?
Sure. Right this way, right into the hallway here. And he walks. Oh yeah.
So a music lover. I happen to be quite the music lover myself, and of course our Rowan is a very, very good saxophonist and musician himself.
Yes. Well, I delve in primarily into opera. I am a trained opera singer. Yes. A tenor even. Yes. My voice gets very high when I sing. Yes.
I have to admit, I have a very healthy respect for opera singers, considering their talents are unrivaled in the musical world. Your voice is definitely one of the most difficult instruments to capture. I have to ask, how long have you been working for the Mrs. and the Mr. of the house?
Oh yes, so I've been here, I'd say, 8 years now. Yes, so I precede the wife, but he is very happy. They are a very happy couple, indeed.
And was anything different before the Mrs. was here in the 6 years prior?
Not that I can think of, no, other than his happiness, quite honestly.
Ah, so he was much happier, I suppose, in the last couple years?
Yes, they both are, were widowed. So seeing them find each other later in life has been quite beautiful, honestly.
And does she confide in you with anything, or does he confide in you? I suppose with someone in the house, you must hear quite a few things.
I hear everything.
And I'll get right to it. Have you heard anything odd?
Such as?
Well, these are odd times, and I'm always looking for, I suppose, the next big story. Is there anything about this house or about the work that might be interesting to know? Of course, all names will be excluded from any records, and I would not want to put you in any kind of peril either, so.
Persuade.
Okay. Hard success.
As far as strange things go, I have to be honest with you. The strangest thing is that the professor reached out to you all. The Mrs. She reads your magazines quite frequently. So the fact that he summoned you all, I thought that it would be for her, but I guess it's for another reason. I heard that the professor saw something. He confided in me. He saw some beast out at the new property. He's been hiding that information from his wife. He doesn't want her to know about this. He doesn't want her to be afraid. Because if she thinks there's some connection to the things you all have been writing about recently, she'll stay here, and he will be too.
And why exactly does he want to go so badly to this place? Especially if he's seen something.
new horizons, plus the inheritance.
The inheritance.
It must be. Yes, he inherited this tavern, a pilgrim place he calls it now. But he inherited this tavern and wants to start things anew there. A new stream of income for him.
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, you're not able to go with them.
No, I am not. I'm sure that I will make the trip with them in a week to help them get set up, but then I will return here to Boston.
I see. Now, if she's so interested in these stories, why would she be afraid?
Afraid of a monster?
Well, there's something to be said about... It's like a zoo. You know, you see a lion from afar. You know, if a monster is seen from afar, then I suppose it's a little less scary, right?
That's
Reading
true.
about it.
That's true.
Getting a little closer.
I agree with you.
She has no interest in actually seeing the beasts?
So use that same logic. Imagine the lion hungry and in your bedroom. What happens then?
But then safaris. What happens then? You go up close, you know, take a trip to Africa?
'Tis true. You know, I believe you could use this logic with her. Maybe that is one method. Maybe that will convince her. You raise a good point.
Well, thank you for your time. I have one more question, actually. Do you know about Mabel at all?
I met her once on the previous trip. Very nice, quiet, just but very nice indeed.
And she's been there for a while, I'm guessing?
I believe so. Yes, she has been there for quite a while. Has a young boy that she takes care of as well. So she's not living like me, but she has a family.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you very much, Bertram. It's been a
Indeed.
pleasure. And best of luck in the move and everything, and enjoy Boston.
Thank you. The conversation with the professor, how's that going in the other room? What do you say?
Rowan, sorry, I just got back from talking to our colleagues. Yes, we were going to partake of some normal tobacco of some kind. Yes.
Absolutely. Nona's finest. She grows it. I move it. It's a family business.
Wow, y'all really do have a criminal operation going. I mean, technically, but really
Multiple.
Yeah, multiple at this point. Okay, cool. So he says,
I sip my Coca-Cola.
about that cigarette there. Yeah, I'll take one.
Absolutely. Mind if I light it for you?
Please do.
So I'm curious, Professor.
Yes?
Did you finish a other one?
Sorry.
Professor Pegram. I'll clarify. P1
Yes.
and P2. P2.
Wait, which P2?
What did you?
You can call me Rupert. You've known me for long enough.
Rupert. Apologize. It's just someone of your accolades. I try to show a lot of respect.
Thank you.
What? Did you finish a PhD, Professor Peregrine? Did you? What's the highest level of education you obtained?
Yes.
You're a
Indeed,
doctor.
I have a terminal degree. I am a student, or now professor of English.
Ew.
Professor of English. What? Do you spend most of your time teaching, or are you more prone to research?
More into teaching. I don't know if he's mentioned this to you, but in fact, I was Elijah Cleaver's professor. I helped hone his writing skills, and now, I guess it worked out for him.
Absolutely. He writes very little.
Oh, now,
Yeah,
he did have a
prestigious career.
yes, indeed.
Yeah,
That's
yes.
how I introduced my wife to the paper.
Out of interest, have you tried to do any of your own research into this fish person you saw?
I have not. That's why I would like to pay you all to go take a look.
Right, okay.
This is the research, in fact.
When did you see this fish person?
This was when we went about a month ago at this point. Yes.
About a month ago. Okay. And you just saw the
And
one?
Just the one, and it scared me. We left almost immediately after. And just for context, this is like 1927, early summer.
Right. Rowan, have you got any more questions?
Absolutely. I was wondering if you'd be so kind, Professor, to we've had an excellent meal and some sizzling discussion. Truly, you are a man of dazzling intellect. I was wondering if Bertram could indulge us in a bit of song.
Oh, yes, you heard about it. Yes, Bertram, right this way. As Bertram comes in, kind of shy. No, I couldn't possibly. I can't do it. No.
I'm willing to pay.
As soon as you say that, you see his mouth go wide open as he goes into this beautiful song that launches
Love
into
it.
the rest of your wonderful evening at the Pegram Estate in Boston. From there, you all are able to proceed on to Illinois, to Shawneetown. It's a long trip, but you all are able to make it. But on the trip, is there anything that you necessarily discuss while you were all together?
I get the feeling that this goes deeper than it seems. Not intended pun. Sorry about that.
It seemed like the wife was more concerned about their reputation more than anything else.
That is exactly it. And, I'd be very curious to know how many of them are there. If they saw some in this river, or one in this river, why they're making such a fuss about it. It could have been a trick of the light or something.
Ooh, actually, good point. I forgot to ask. Would it be okay to ask who he inherited the inn from and to see a picture of them?
Isn't it from his mother?
Yeah, so it was passed down, but you could find some records in town, just on property, family, that kind of stuff.
Sure, yeah. Before we leave, since it's a local thing, if that's possible. Should we quickly take a look at some records, see who it was passed down from, and maybe if there's a picture accompanying it? Pictures suspiciously lacking eyebrows.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Do you really think, Rowan, that it could be a trap?
I think anything could be a trap these days. As our notoriety has grown. I was attacked last night, and I kind of show the scratch on the side of my face in the streets of our fair city.
Child.
Yeah, that.
A very furry, adorable child.
I will say this though: if it is a trap, having the knowledge and foresight that it is gives us a tactical advantage. So maybe we do the trapping.
I feel like word has traveled by now about us amongst the deep ones.
Possibly.
Possibly. We've killed a lot of them. I am one of them.
We don't know how tight their community is, how often they talk. Do they use phones?
They can make sounds to communicate over long distances with their mouths.
And
Did
the
you
lights, remember?
Well, yes, I don't know how visible they are from, Boston to Ipswich.
At that moment, can I try to make that sound again really quietly?
Hmm?
Because I'm curious now that I have the tattoo on my hand if I can actually make it.
You can try to make it, but what it sounds like is more of just a weak attempt at it. It's not as natural as it once was as you try to make that guttural, that sound.
You just hear me going,
Are you
like quietly to
feeling
myself.
okay?
Yes, I am.
That's
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry. I just was trying something to see.
Ruby, I don't think you are one of them anymore. Not with that tattoo.
I want to take my glove off and I'll look around, make sure nobody's looking. What is the state of my hand at this point?
It hasn't progressed too much farther, but give me a spot hidden roll.
Okay. Yes, a success.
Cool. So as you're looking at your hand, it's almost as if you can see something that you've seen before. And this happens every once in a while, once there's a period of time and you not killing a fly or a bug or one of those, any sort of creature. It's almost as if you can start seeing this mouth in the middle of your hand as it moves very slightly. The longer you go, the more prominent this mouth becomes. It's hungry. It's been a while since your last kill.
I'll start looking around just to see if I see any flies buzzing about.
Give me a luck roll.
Oh, I got low luck. Oh, nope.
As you're looking around, you don't really see anything in arm's reach. But what you do see as you're now in Shawneetown, Illinois, there's almost like this heavy melancholy that hangs in the air. It's like a Sunday feeling, but it's not Sunday. But it's like that ever prominent feeling of just meh. As you look around, you see several buildings. You see signs that say County Records Office. It's attached to the courthouse. You see the sheriff's department on another side of that building, that same sort of complex there. There's a library. There's a shabby little newspaper office that's over there. And you also see the most prominent structure here. It's just this kind of huge classical building as the Shawneetown Bank. I mean, that's just the biggest thing around. Everywhere else seems to be very, kind of built up high. Not necessarily run down, but just kind of meh. You know what I mean? What do you do?
I'm going to play some upbeat music on my saxophone, see if it gets anyone's spirits raised.
Saxophone, please.
All right.
I love that you use this.
It's music. Music is my weapon. Well, others have done killing and left bodies. Rowan has not. No. Oh, I failed
on stage.
Oh no!
Not even the music of the Great Gatsby could cure this deep melancholy that hangs about the town.
I'm blowing into the big hole.
I think you might have had too many jazz cigarettes.
Oh no!
I don't think anything's gonna help these people. It just feels heavy. Here.
Who would want to move here? Just sell the place and get out of this town.
Maybe. Getting murdered at that place was not such a bad fate. It was a joke. It was a joke.
All right. Should we maybe get you some thing to eat?
I think so.
We could go to one of the news agents that has bait for fishing. Get you a pot of maggots or something.
Yes, I think that'd be good. I'm feeling a little peckish.
Yes. Maybe we could ask where the local records office is and checking on the history of the house as well.
It's probably a good idea. I mean, I do want to check out the house, though. Maybe they have stashed liquor somewhere that they didn't find. If it was a tavern, there must be a bunch of hidden.
Did you drink all of Verne's
things.
already?
Buried underneath.
I drank it at dinner.
Oh my.
all of it in
Ooh.
one go.
Thank you.
You ever consider you might have a problem?
I am a bartender and a professional
A professional problem.
drinker.
Right.
Could I do a psychology roll? Because I've lived with Alice.
Yeah.
Maybe Alice can give me insight.
And, yeah. So psychology for what? Okay.
A hard success.
Okay. Constitution, Alice.
Oh god. My constitution's so bad.
No.
It's 40. Oh,
Please describe honestly how you're feeling to Ruby. Like what would she gather from knowing you?
no. A little like disassociative. So she's sitting on here. Like when you go to a party and you drink because it's boring and then afterwards you feel like absolute crap and you're like, why did I do that? It's the afterwards. And the party never got better. And so I'm sitting on this train here and I'm like, the depth perception part of it is like really off. And I'm like trying to keep myself steady, but like even the bad vibes here, I'm just like, like I might hurt.
So, would I get the impression that maybe you do have like a slight problem?
Like maybe a little scooch, like a scooch of a problem.
I would turn to Rupert. That's just what Alice does. We have our books. She has her drinks.
And a lot of them.
And I have my downright
research.
dangerous, insatiable appetites.
Which
For music,
Nona
right?
feeds.
Yes.
Pasta. I'm a pastafarian.
Yo. Oh my goodness.
And with that, you're free to roam around Shawneetown here and go where you would like. You even see a clear sign for the records office there.
Oh, that's handy. Can we get some maggots for Ruby?
Yeah, so there's a general store. Yeah, we're right on the banks of the Ohio River, so fishing is abundant here. There was like a little stand where you're able to, gather your some maggots, some grubs without any rolls even needed, because fishing is pretty popular. You're able to give those live bait, and you hand those to Ruby.
Here you
Without
go.
saying any, thank you. I look at Rupert as I open the lid, and just very downtrodden, because for Ruby, she struggled with the cows being killed on the farm and just any sort of animal or being having to be harmed. And I just take one of the maggots out and I look away from it, and I take it in my left hand and I smash it between two of my fingers, and you can just see the guts kind of pour out, and I drop it on the floor and wipe the guts on my leg, my pant leg. And
As she goes to wipe it, I pull out a handkerchief. Maybe
Might
there you go.
all pull out a handkerchief and just
You
hand
just
her
give her the
3 handkerchiefs.
oh,
We're sorry.
thank you. I put the lid on the maggots and I stick it in my bag and I'll grab one of the handkerchiefs and just start rubbing the guts off my glove, essentially.
Oh, damn spot.
Yeah. And at that moment, I'm probably going to take my glove off and see if the mouth is still there. Or
Now, yeah, with this happening so quickly, the mouth, you can almost see it just almost dissolve away just a bit. It'll be back. It always returns. You will always see it wanting, hungry. But for now, it's satiated. Your hand still shriveled and blackened in places, but you're okay.
I stare resentfully at my hand at this point and pull my glove back on. I'm full.
Gross. But also good.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're more important than a maggot. Ruby, don't need to worry about it.
Well, maybe we could keep one of them alive sometime. I could ask it a couple questions.
Oh, right. You're not talking about the maggots.
Oh, well, yeah, not the maggots, the deep ones.
I thought you meant the thing, the mouse hand.
Oh, you've seen it too.
You have to take your gloves off when you sleep sometimes, and also it's just
She has a mouse hand?
it's a no, you just get like, gotta moisturize it, sometimes she forgets.
I'll pull my glove off again and just stick my hand towards Rupert. This is what it's probably like. The mouth is more faded now, right? But there's like an outline.
Yes, in a way.
In a way. Sometimes it changes, Rupert.
Oh. Well, it's still doing its best to keep you, press the...
Maybe I shouldn't have done it.
We should not think about that. And
Well, the thing is, true, that is very true, and I try not to dwell on it too much. Rowan, I read The Velveteen Rabbit, by the way. Maybe I'm not being true to myself by getting this tattoo. Maybe I made the mistake of suppressing who I really am.
I think it's important, Ruby, when we make decisions, to honor those decisions. And I think you are who you are, and you are true to yourself. And we were there and we witnessed that you made the right choice. So you might always have regrets, and you might always think back and wonder what if, but we know you, and we respect the choice that you made. Don't you forget that.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. I just wish that I didn't have to make the choice. And I wish that my hand didn't look like a mummy hand.
I think it looks beautiful.
Really?
It's unique. It's one of a kind. And it's you. Every hand's different. And our hands change throughout the course of our lives. And I show Rowan has like baby soft little hobbit hands that have never done a day's work in his life. And he's just like, and over time, calluses might form, or you might lose a nail, or get an unsightly spot. And then I show I've got the family birthmark right there. And I used to hate it growing up. But then I grew to love it because it's me. It's part of who I am. And I think your hand is beautiful and wonderful, and it's who you are.
I would just hug Rowan. Like, just give Rowan a hug.
And you're strong and sturdy too. And I'm like, adjust my spine.
I look stronger than I am. I'm not trying to complain about my hand. I don't like it. I don't want it.
It's good to vent too. And it's perfectly okay to not like it. But we just got to work through those feelings.
Well, at least I don't have to kill a deep one like that. That was the other thing too. I just lay awake some nights thinking about everything that tattoo artist told us, which was lies. Part of it was lies. And then I start wondering, did I need the tattoo? And it's just all those little bits of doubt that creep in. Like, did I have all the information?
Well, it did prove that you needed the tattoo. The things that were happening, the changes stopped. They stopped recognizing you. You keep doubting yourself, but all the evidence points to that you made the right decision with all the information you could at the time, and you also managed to figure your way out of the misinformation that he was giving you about deep ones. So you came out of it the best anyone in your position could.
It's, you'll run yourself absolutely nuts if you'll keep doubting what you're doing and what decision you've made. But we know that you were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place too. You know that too, right?
I do. Since I'm the one that lives with it, I have to figure out my peace with it.
Yeah. And just know that if part of the peace that you're trying to find is what is everyone else going to think, just know that we accept you for who you are.
I would also just go over to Alice and give Alice a hug and
Oh.
I'm sorry, I did not know when I moved in with you that I was a porpoise person, and I didn't.
Oh, you didn't know what a city cat was either.
I have to tell you something about Mittens, and we can talk about it when we get home, or I can tell you now.
Whatever you feel comfortable with.
I was reading one of my books, and I don't think that Mittens is a city cat.
I'm gonna need to I actually will need to roll for this. I know to keep a straight face. What do I need to roll here?
Are you trying to?
No, I know. I know Alice needs wants to keep a straight face to be like, uh-huh.
Appearance.
Extreme success.
You do just that.
I keep in my head I'm like, oh my fucking god, and then on my face I'm like, what did you read? What is he?
There was a sketch, and I think he's something called a raccoon.
Raccoon.
They're
Is
a
that
little
like a squirrel of some kind?
They look like cats. I mean, but they have the hands like Mittens does, and I'm so attached to Mittens. I don't want to put Mittens back on the street.
Why would we? Doesn't matter if he's a cat or a monkey or a raccoon. He's still our Mittens.
We can keep him?
Of course we're gonna keep him.
Oh, I thought if you found out that he was a raccoon, you were gonna tell me to toss him out.
Heavens no. He's still our little baby.
I think we should keep telling everyone he's a city cat, though.
You know, we can talk about that. Maybe it's best to come clean, or we can absolutely, let's give it some thought.
I brought the book with me. I was just waiting for the right moment to tell you.
I'm glad you told me now. I appreciate you coming to me with this and being confident enough in our roommateship that, we would be fine with this information. He's still Mittens. We still take care of him. But
There's just been a lot going on lately, and I just feel like now we're going to Illinois, and there's probably going to be more. I look over at the river. Why is there always water wherever we go?
there's water in a lot of places, but if everything's connected, it makes sense. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I'm sure.
Right, it's enough about me. I have more maggots in case I need it. And I'm sorry, my insecurities
We all
ooze
have
out sometimes.
We all have them. It happens. And trust me, you're in good company here. If we didn't like you, or if we thought you were some kind of monster, we would have thrown you to the fish people by now, right?
Or shot them with Penny.
Yeah. I haven't aimed my shotgun at you at all. Right?
No.
I don't think so.
No, of course not.
I'm trying to remember if I have, Yeah, and I would just kind of like hold her and just be like, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. In my head, I'm like, holy fucking shit. I cannot believe she just figured this out.
And like 20 yards away,
God.
20
Like,
yards
Rupert-
away, Rupert and Rowan are watching like, do you think they're talking about something very important? Case stuff?
You know, you have such a gifted researcher in Ruby Wells, and a lady who just gets the cold hard facts right every time, in Alice Nichols, and together I bet they have this thing done, solved. Short trip.
Wait, she's doing her. I've
$70.
just discovered something important, Face. I think you're right.
The epiphany, we call it.
Yes, that's the one. It's almost like there's a light bulb over her head. I bet you got this thing wrapped up. You must be correct.
God, I love those two.
Well, you married them.
Oh my gosh. I can't. Oh.
Soon, the group is whisked away by the professor to the records office, where they are trying to find any information they can on sort of like, the passage of this property, the tavern. So please, library rolls, everyone. And how many we get will show how many pieces of information I give you all.
I'm going to push my roll. That's it. We need some.
Okay.
I've never been in a library in my life. Let's try
Hot
this.
success.
Ooh.
Nice.
Oh, okay, cool.
I succeeded.
Okay, 1, 2. All right. Okay, so 2 successes, 2 failures. All right, so I'm going to start with the most recent information. I'll give you that first. Oops, I didn't mean to click that bonus die. That don't look at that. Excuse me. All right, so here's the first piece of information that I can give you. In 1923, not 23, sorry, I meant to edit that. This will be 27. There you go. 1927, Professor Stuart Pegram inherits the property and registers it in his name. In 1910, Jennifer Stevens' will, registered 1898, passes the building to Marietta Pegram Beauchamp, her maiden name. The second information that I'll give you is this. 1892, property made over entirely to Jennifer Stevens in divorce settlement. 1875, property jointly purchased by Carl and Jennifer Stevens as a commercial hotel. Before then, you're not sure. Would anybody else like to push, a roll one more time?
I will. I'm gonna try it. I haven't pushed anything so far this whole time. I'm gonna try.
Just saying,
once.
last time I pushed before this, I stabbed a guy.
Got a hard
Ooh!
success though.
That's good.
I'll give you this last piece and earliest piece of information about this potentially murderous tavern. 1842. Property ceded to Shawneetown Bank in respect of debts. Mr. Potts allowed to continue living there for the time being. Before then, 1818. Isaiah Potts is registered as owner of a tavern 10 miles south of Shawneetown. It's one of the earliest records the office has given that Illinois became a state this year. There is no record of construction. You have this information all about the property rights of the tavern.
Oh, well, divorce is unusual. Especially for 1892 and even now.
There's also no record of construction. It's been here a long time.
Can't tell when it was built. But I suppose maybe if Illinois only became a state in 1818, then
There was
there might
probably no
not be any
township.
records. Yeah.
And Ruby, you mentioned divorce, right?
Mm-hmm.
Give me one more library use roll.
Okay.
Just one more.
Oh. Success.
Okay. Let me type up a new clue for you. All right, cool.
Also, Mr. Potts allowed to continue living there for the time being?
Here you go. If you would like to read this, Ruby.
Oh, I just found this. A record of divorce granted by court in 1892 between Carl Stevens and Jennifer Maud Stevens. The wife is the plaintiff on the grounds of desertion and adultery. She is to be granted the chief asset of the marriage, the Stevens Hotel, also known as the Potts Tavern.
Ooh. Hi.
I knew there was cheating involved.
You're right. You did say that.
Ganna, we can smell a cheater a mile away. Through centuries, too.
Through centuries.
But desertion as well. Did he run away with his mistress?
Did he run away and then he was still allowed to live there? That doesn't make much sense.
Well, I assume he came back to serve the divorce papers or something.
And then lived at the place with his ex-wife? Preposterous. Scandalous, even.
It's better than putting him out on the street, I guess.
I think that they're two different peoples. This is Carl, and the other is Isaiah Potts.
Oh.
Isaiah lived on the property in 1842, and then Jennifer Stevens and Carl opened up the commercial hotel in 1875, and then they were divorced in 1892.
Oh. It must be in a very big house to be there to be then turned into a hotel.
Yes.
It's also a very long time to be married and then divorced.
I mean, maybe she just couldn't put up with his cheating anymore. You just cut the cord.
Good for her.
But the court granted it. You know how hard it is to get a divorce granted?
In her favor.
Yes. She got the
know the
hotel.
judge.
Maybe he was away and they granted in her favor because he wasn't around to contest it or something.
Oh, that could be true. She was the only choice.
67 years of marriage to divorce.
Can I look up more about Carl Stevens? Or is this all that there is?
If you would like to look up more about Carl Stevens, you can give me another library use roll.
Okay.
While she's doing that, can I have a look and see if I can get any descriptions or pictures or renderings of any of the people involved?
Okay, no roll required, but I'll tell you there aren't any sort of renderings or pictures of these people
I would
here at this
also
place.
like to know the date of birth of Jennifer Stevens.
Okay.
Oh.
Jennifer Stevens. All right. Yes. So give me a library use roll.
Ugh. Hold on. Library use. My library use is garbage. Oh, but I'm gonna push it by 2. I'm gonna push it by 2. Yep.
Okay.
Your
cool.
luck or pushing it?
I'm gonna luck it by 2. Sorry.
Yes. So you find out that she was born in 1850.
18. Jennifer Stevens
Jennifer Maud Stevens.
was born in 1850.
Yes.
Yep. And then she died in 1910, so she'd have been 60.
Yep.
Wait a second.
You also, I'll let you also give you this information because of that. I'll let you know, yeah, she died at the tavern, 1910, as the professor mentioned. Cause of death, suicide.
Oh.
Drowned in pond at Mount Vernon Asylum, age 60.
Right, so
Whoa.
she saw something as well.
I mean, you get the air in this town. It just makes you feel bad. Being here for 60 years?
Okay. So 1850 is when she was born. 1875, so at 25 years old, she purchased it with Carl. Then 1892. Oh, okay. I wrote 1825 instead of 1875. That's my bad. Okay. Huh. And then she died in 1910 by suicide. Holy shit. Okay.
Maybe Carl was a hybrid like Otis, and then he changed or something, and then he ran away.
That's what I'm thinking.
Hold on, let me look at the earlier stuff. Isaiah Potts.
While we were walking around, did I notice any porpoise-like people?
None.
Okay.
Y'all all know the Innsmouth look at this point. You haven't seen anybody that even looks like they're in transition.
Is there anyone paying a lot of attention to us while we're just in the library? Like anyone spying on us?
No, there was like a clerk at the front. He just kind of, go ahead, all right, just let you in. Nobody, no. Everybody's just kind of sticking to themselves, just doing their own thing. Not in a suspicious way, I'll tell you, without a psychology roll, but just cause.
What happened to Potts after the
He dawdled
property was bought?
He was allowed to live there. We don't know anything else.
Well, no.
We could look up an obituary.
So he purchased or he was still living in the property, but it belonged to the bank in 1842, and then in 1875 it was bought. So what happened between 1842 and 1875? Jennifer Stevens was born, but what happened to Mr. Potts?
We should look up an obituary, maybe, or bank records or something. Would that be possible, Lawkeeper?
This is going to sound repetitive, but library use roll. If any one person wants to give me that, yeah, you're in the library. You can.
I'll give it a go. I will push.
Yeah, do it.
Might get kicked out of the library, but
You won't get kicked out.
Honestly.
Talking too loudly.
Hey.
Okay, cool. You discover that between 1842 and his death, you find out that he aged about 60. That's all it says. There's no sort of concrete obituary or date on the obituary. But his cause of death is the only real thing you can find of note and related to that. His cause of death was liquor, is all it says.
Moonshine. I'm leaning towards a different approach because Rowan's not one to dig through all the details of the library. Is there a hint? So here's what he thinks. There are people are going to give in to the temptations of the world, and there's probably an under the table alcohol operation in town, and Rowan's going to Dudley do right his way, or Dudley do wrong, if you will, and try to see. I bet there's some other criminal element in town, criminal words used loosely, that might have more information than what's been reported about the Stevens, or because suicide in an asylum, a very, very late divorce. It almost feels like they're being manipulated.
You don't find any sort of criminal documents here?
No, I'm not looking for documents. I'm trying to find people in town.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Give me a spot hidden roll, please.
Got it.
we're all just way too obsessed with the documents to be like, oh, we found this person, the timeline. Wait, where did Rowan go?
We are, yeah, okay, so my spot hidden, come on, spot hidden. There we go. I failed, but I'm going to push it.
Okay.
I haven't pushed a roll yet.
Looking for criminals and pushing it. Uh-oh.
I fail again. No one. Are you a criminal? No. Incompetent Rowan. I could get arrested.
I was really hoping you would pass that and meet this NPC I had cooked up.
Tell you what, can I dump a bunch of luck? I have a ton.
No, you pushed it. You pushed it. You pushed it.
Well, I wouldn't have enough then.
So now this guy, I hate talking in meta terms, but this guy is asking. No, the streets are clear of any sort of criminal activity. The police must be very tight in this in this little town here. And you have a good eye. You're scanning the place. Those key signs of brown bags with things inside being passed about. Nope, not here. Perfectly fine.
No one I could talk to and charm to get more information out of.
There's people you could talk to though. Definitely, there's just people passing through town, older people, some younger people, but no, strikingly criminal. Yeah.
No deep machete scars down the face and large brutish hands, and they speak like, hey.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
bowler caps. And...
None of that. Yeah, but you do see kind of across the way out of the window of this sort of records office, there is like a car rental service right across the way. And you see somebody with their sleeves rolled up. She's like kind of working on a car, getting everything ready. And like she kind of looks over and sees you kind of looking through the window, and it goes back down and keeps fixing the car. She has like these overalls on, and like you can see her face covered in just like oil, and just it's kind of hot and sweaty out here. It's early summer, but we're hard at work. That's the person you see. No,
and I'll kind of hop over the window because I'm short and tough, and I'll be like, "Are you having a good summer?"
Yeah, I am. And goes back to work.
I'm new in town and I've gotten lost.
Oh, okay. Is there anything else you would all like to do here in the records office, or are you joining Rowan? I guess on the inevitable trip across the street.
The only thing that I'd like to do is see if I can find a list of the people who have died at the tavern, or how many people have died at the tavern.
No roll required. There is a list of names that really aren't connected to anything else here.
Okay.
But we're talking like over a dozen.
Okay, so like quite a few people have died.
Is there any sort of suspicious spacing on that, or is it scattershot?
Scattershot.
Okay. Can we get a plan for the building?
Let's see. Yes, give me a luck roll. See if you can find any sort of plan here, Professor.
Nope.
Okay. There's no plans. No plans for the building.
Okay.
I would look up and be like, "Where did Rowan go?" And did Rowan go outside and stand up and just like look around? And can I see him out the window or anything?
I think I saw him leave a little while ago. There was a man with like machete scars on his face who ran very quickly in the opposite direction.
So Rowan went out? Wait, and then I'm going to start walking outside and looking for Rowan.
Follow behind as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So, Rowan, you approach this garage as her name is Lucy. She introduced herself to you. So who are you looking for? These people are with you, I guess?
Yeah, I was actually hoping I could check out. Yes, they're they make sure I don't wander off on my own and get lost like I just did. But I was looking for the old Peagram's Place. It used to be called a different name.
Peagram's Place? I never heard of that.
Yeah.
What is it?
It used to be owned by Isaiah Potts. It's a tavern. It's got a new owner right here.
Oh, there's a new owner. Wow, bold. That place is, used to be like a murder house back in the day. Yeah. It's over there near. There's not much out there. It's kind of on the banks of the river. There is that place. There's like an old house out there. Flanagan lives. Old man Flanagan is out there as well. But those are the only two places.
Flanagan, eh?
Yeah. Yep. He has to be like at least 80. Really old.
Yeah. Well, appreciate the help, Lucy. Hello, friends. This is Lucy. We just met,
Lucy.
but I'm very impressed.
Hi, thank you. How you doing? Would you like to rent a car or anything? We got some nice things here.
Yes, actually, that would be helpful.
Oh, okay.
Which I will drive this time.
Yes, you will drive. Well, you drove it last time. I just.
Yes, well, sometimes other people get behind the wheel and then things happen, and
you were very
I
good
can't
being
reach
in
the
the
pedals.
shorter people get in the seat. So
now I feel like there's a story here that I'm not picking up.
Oh, just on one of our earlier outings, our short friend here that you just met,
Rowan, yeah.
Mr. Rowan, yes, he wanted to drive, and unfortunately his little legs can't quite reach the pedals as well as mine can. So.
There was some unfortunate fellows involved who did not help the situation. Yes, did not help the situation. I think they were involved in booze smuggling or something. Obviously, they drink like a fish. Yes.
Are y'all are y'all drinkers?
No,
I'm actually.
I love grape juice.
Yes, we
Bartender.
are.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I mentioned Flanagan's place. Old man Flanagan, his moonshine is a cure-all. Now, let him know you're coming before you show up. But yeah, he's usually just on his porch, chewing some tobacco. But do you get any of Flanagan's stuff? It's the best. It'll knock you on your ass, I'll tell you that. A cure-all. Yeah.
Medicinally, I'm here for
Yeah. Yeah.
What kind of things has it cured other than sheer boredom?
I mean, like if you're having a little function and it's not as lively as you'd like it to be, pour a little bit of Flanagan Shine in each of the cups. Everybody will be laughing, singing, dancing. Yeah, I mean, there usually is a guy around here named Snuff who you can probably get it from, but I haven't seen Snuff today. He has like this big scar on his face. Anybody seen him?
Oh, yes, he was heading in the direction of the train station.
Oh, that's weird. Oh, all right. He never leaves that corner. Strange.
Oh.
I guess you caught him on a. Guess it's an unlucky day for you all. Anyway.
Well, if you do see him and he happens to be by, tell him we're interested.
Well, just go to the Flanagan's place. I mean, it's not far from the tavern. I'd steer clear of that tavern. It's just a bad reputation. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't go there, but I've been to Flanagan's a couple of times. He'll hook you up.
Perfect. Thank you,
Yeah.
Lucy.
Of course, yeah. Just try not to, spill any in the cars. They're the rental cars, so we want to keep a clean. Oh, professionals. I can tell.
We'll take that one, and I'll just point over to a car that can fit us. And
the red one.
yeah, I mean,
Sure.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
All right, so Lucy fixes you up with this car and everything. You're able to pile in. Your bags go in, which includes your shotgun. I guess the professor might have the saber with him, gun and everything
Just
else. Yeah.
Fit this in the back. That way. That way.
Why do you bring that thing?
Well, you have a shotgun, and it could be a trap. I said trap. I was going to buy a bigger pistol, but quite frankly, I was a bit caught off guard.
I whisper over to Ruby. He's trying to make it a competition. It's just,
Like, you both have giant weapons strapped to your backs. It's really noticeable. You look like vigilantes.
I kind of like
Highwayman.
Like, we roll up to every town and you've got a shotty on your back. And he's got a sword that he's just got in the trunk of the car.
It's out of sight.
You wave it around outside of the car most times after we arrive to town.
And then
Should I bring this or should I put it in?
And,
And also, do we forget about the time you tried to use your sword out of the window of a moving vehicle?
Yes.
Anyways, thanks, Lucy. Like, it's just.
She's saying like,
It's just some inside jokes. I'm sorry. Yes, we like to have jokes.
yeah, all right, yeah.
And all.
All right. And she kind of nervously backs away, like putting her wrenches up and everything and going inside.
Yeah,
Bye.
we're kind of a mess.
Be back.
What a delightful young woman.
We are such a mess, like, as a group.
Cool. Well, now you have a vehicle to take to, I guess, the tavern. Was that your next destination? Or were you trying to stop anywhere else?
Flanagan's is opposite the tavern, right?
It's not far from the tavern.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'd probably go to Flanagan's first, yeah. Can we She said call ahead of time, so I almost would want to do that if we could find a phone.
Okay, yeah. The nearest phone, you would know this, you kind of drove past it. The nearest phone is near the sort of courthouse and everything, right outside of the police station.
Oh, okay. All right. I will go to the phone then, and I'm assuming she would have given us Flanagan's number and
I
everything.
assume, is it the time of operators? You just call up and you say, can I have...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, operators, yeah, for sure.
So, yeah, I'd call up Flanagan's.
Give me Flanagan.
Okay, cool. The rest of the crew, they kind of see some shadows appear in the window of the police station as, just a couple officers just kind of walk by, just kind of glancing in the direction. You're calling for Flanagan. That's cool. Let me do a little roll here. Okay, noted. All right, so the operator puts you on the phone. It rings and rings, and soon you hear, hello.
Is this Mr. Flanagan?
Who's asking?
We are a group here that is from the publication Strange But True, and we're coming by to do a little bit of writing on the house opposite of yours, the Peagram's place.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that new guy that moved in. All right. Yeah, I guess I can talk to you. Come by tonight.
All right, we'll be there. Thank you.
All right.
And
All
Is there
right.
a chance I can get the phone?
I'll if he's reaching for it, I'll just be like, one moment.
And Flanagan, just so you know, I'm a bit in need of a cure-all. Got a lot of aches and pains, and I was told you're the best doctor in town.
All right.
Catch you later. I love you. Bye. Click. Did I just say
You're gonna get married again. Going for 3. While this is happening, and the cops are kind of suspiciously looking at us, can I, try and psychology how the cops are looking at us? Because it seems kind of odd that they'd be paying a lot of attention to just a local phone.
Okay, yeah.
No.
And do you want to push it?
I don't want to push a role involving the cops with you two.
We notice it though, right? Like we see them.
Yeah, you see it. It's just like a casual thing. They're just kind of looking around, just new people in town, perhaps. They're just looking. But, I'll let you know that they walk away, during your conversation.
Oh, okay.
Just casually, they don't stick around. This kind of...
All right. Shall we go see the Flanagan? The Flanagan? Mr. Flanagan?
He said later tonight, did he not?
What time is it?
It's around lunchtime, I'd say.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll go back
house?
tonight then.
And then Flanagan's after the house?
Well, we could actually go over to maybe we can ask the police officers if there's anything
Yeah, maybe.
weird.
They were still giving us odd looks, so maybe we should go to the house and then the police officer if we need to.
Maybe the police are porpoise people.
Bipedal porpoise people.
They
swim in the river. Little sirens.
Wee wee.
Police boat.
I mean, we may as well, right? We're right here. Could always go in and just, we are a publication. We have the right to ask.
True.
things,
We could potentially ask about any
statements.
crimes that have been committed at the address.
We are, yeah, we're journalists. Maybe we should ask. Just say, hey, we're here studying. Can we
Yes.
find out about the people who died at this place?
Well, yes, because there must have been quite a few calls about it, so maybe they would know.
And
Any
unless-
links to the murders?
Unless they are police porpoise people.
Well, then they'd be trying to hide something, and we'd be suspicious. I'm going in, and I'm just.
I would just follow Alice very assuredly to be like, she needs backup.
I
Just
should
in
probably
case.
leave my shotgun in the car.
Our daughters are so independent today.
I'm going to leave my shotgun in the car because it might feel really threatening to go into a police station with a shotgun. Just saying.
As you go inside, you see there's an officer at the front desk there. Hey, how can I help you?
We are members of a publication from New York, and we are investigating the history of Pegram Place. Would you be able to give us some statements or information, perhaps?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what about Pegram Place. I never heard of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the place across from Mr. Flanagan's. What is it? It used to be called the Stevens Hotel and the Potts Tavern.
Now I know what you're talking about.
Apparently.
Yeah, that place.
Bad news, right?
Bad news, for sure. It's folklore, basically, at this point in time. It's an evil reputation over there.
Can you tell us a little bit more about its history? We've heard a lot about murders, and we're mostly curious to know if there's any connection between them.
Well, so as the story goes, it appears that that old man Potts was in league with James Ford. He owned Ford's Ferry near Cave in Rock, but his ferrymen, they would act as what they would call spotters. They look out for travelers that were new to the area, people that looked like they had a lot of cash, valuables, that sort of thing. They put a chalk mark on their coat of a likely victim. They would then recommend that they go stay at Potts' Tavern. And Potts would look for that mark, kill and rob anybody that was marked.
My goodness.
But the legend goes on that Potts had a son, Billy. When he was returning home, he was marked by one of the ferrymen. Potts didn't recognize him, killed him. And it was only once Mrs. Potts was stripping the corpse that recognized her son.
That's awful.
Yeah. People steer clear of that place. You know, it's past hands. And I guess someone new is moving in from out of town, but bad news.
Yes, we actually met with them as well, Mr. and Mrs. Pegram. They're moving from Boston, and yeah.
Is there any rumors of it being haunted?
No, it's more just like what do you call it? Just like bad feelings about it, right? You know, it's the history, and people just don't want their hands in all of that blood, quite frankly.
And we heard of a sighting of some kind of large fish of some kind.
There's a large fish?
Sightings in the river? Yes.
No big fish around here. No. I wish. I go fishing every once in a while. Wish I could get some better catches, but
no odd sightings of abnormally large fish then, or humanoid looking fish of some kind. You know, I'm thinking human sized.
Wow. You might be talking about Esau Richardson.
Esau Richardson?
It was this guy around here. He used to run moonshine for... There's this bootlegger in town, this old guy, but he's basically an enforcer of sorts. A monstrous kind of fellow. They say he filed his teeth. They were sharp as razors. His skin was scaly. His eyes were demonic. But nobody's seen him in a while. They say he married some rich widow, moved off. But if he came back. That's interesting. Maybe we should pay Flanagan a visit.
You know what? Here's what I'll do. Because we're new in town, we don't have as much suspicion as you do, right? As the police. Why don't we do a little digging for you?
Okay.
Free of charge, of course. Considering we're just helping the town.
And he looks over his shoulder to see if any superiors are around. Give me a persuade roll.
It's a success.
He nods. That sounds like a good arrangement. Keep this on the down low and let us know of anything you find out, especially if Esau Richardson's involved. He's a monster, they say. Terrible to look at. I doubted he was still alive, but if he's here, there must be trouble. Moonshine trouble. All right.
One more question about this Richardson man.
Yes.
Said he married a widow? Hearsay,
I think he married some widow. I don't know who would want to love him.
And out of curiosity, do you know how long these rumors have been going on, or when that would have come up?
When he moved out of town, like when he was last seen? Is that what you mean?
About that, yeah.
I'm honestly not sure. It had to be at least 5 years ago, or more. I don't know. It's been quite a while.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, y'all be
Well,
safe.
We'll be sure to call or get back here as soon as we can with any information.
He nods, and the party leaves the police station on their way to their fateful visit to the tavern. We'll find out what happens to these intrepid investigators after our break. Hate to catch you mid-chew, EE, but back to you.
Hello, Rupert here, just telling you that we're going to a break now. It'll be about 8 minutes. There'll be some fan art. We'll also have a rendition, thanks to the great Gatsby himself, of his new song, "Demon Salmon Woman." It's quite a tune. We'll be playing that during the break. Now, also bear in mind that there is a giveaway for Roll20, who obviously sponsor us. If you want to get the Dungeon Master's Guide, which I think is for Dungeons and Dragons, 5th edition, on Roll20, you can enter our giveaway. It's, if you go to our Twitter, there's a pinned tweet that'll have the details on how to enter. And if you wish to get yourself a Dungeon or Dragon Guide for Game Masters, it's on there. So enjoy the Demon Salmon Woman, and we'll be back shortly.
Got a demon salmon woman. Got a demon salmon woman. got a demon salmon woman. She got a withered hand, you see. And she's a demon salmon woman. She trying to make a fishy out of me. Don't turn your back on us, Ruby. Don't turn your back on us, Ruby. Yes, don't turn your back on us, Ruby. Stop messing around with your tricks. Don't turn your back on us, Ruby. Ruby might pick up your magic tricks. Gonna summon a deep one. Gonna summon a deep one. Yes, we're gonna summon a deep one. Gonna make Alice feel so blue. And we're still missing mittens. Best believe it's strange but true.
Welcome back to Roll For It. We're playing Call of Cthulhu. Strange, but true. Take it away,
So
London.
layered.
Look, we
Actually
built
worked out
up
really
like
well.
a backlog of audible, like, what's the word? Like a scrapbook, but with sound.
Indeed. Indeed. As we are all sort of speeding towards the tavern, I would just like to get a drive auto roll from Alice.
With pleasure. I don't know if I've actually had to do a drive roll yet. It's a success.
Okay, great. So, when we last left off, our investigators were heading to the tavern, the newly inherited place of Professor Pegram, just to make sure that it's all in order, that everything is nice and safe, and free of mysterious fish folk that might be there. Now, the road here is winding, kind of narrow, and the forest all around you is dense. It's one of those, like, roads that's small enough that only one car can drive down it. Well, you're driving and weaving and turning. That's until you suddenly see a Packard, blocking the road ahead. With Alice driving and with that successful drive auto roll, you screech. You can hear the brakes almost like screaming on this rental car that you have here, that stops just before you get to this truck. But of course, with the sudden slam on the brakes, doosh, everybody kind of goes forward into their seats, hitting whatever's in front of them for 1 point of damage all around,
Including me?
including you.
Oh, damn.
It screeches to a halt and it stops there. What do you do?
What the hell is this? And I'm start road raging, like, get off the road! Mer, mer, mer. Like, just like honking on or just laying on the horn.
Okay, cool.
What is the road layout around us? I want to know if this is possibly an ambush point of some kind.
Well, I'll let you know. There is nothing around you but these trees on either side. Perfect sort of like flanking positions, I guess. But beyond this truck that's empty, or beyond this vehicle that's empty in front of you, this Packard, you see another truck, like sort of like on the left side of the road, about 20 feet back. It stopped there as well. But there's 6 men in between all of this. There are 2 men wearing sort of like this, like dirty, like overalls and such, like a little flat cap, and 4 men in suits. Just as you were all pulling up, the men in the overalls are about to be led off into those woods off to the side of the road. But of course, with all this screaming and this honking, they've all kind of spun around. 2 of the men in suits have these guns in their hands, and one of them, dressed sharper than anybody else, has a shotgun. You all know how deadly those shotguns can be.
Motherfucker.
He walks over from around this car that's in front of you, eyeing you all. You can see this just like this slick guy that walks over to your car.
Like flashing the lights. I'm like, what is going on here? Like,
Would you mind pulling off the road a little bit? We're just trying to get past.
I'm driving here.
Lay off the
So
horn.
much for using my charm.
What's going on? Why is there a car in the middle of the road? We're trying to get around here.
We're conducting some business here, you see. Now, I suggest you cool it before someone gets hurt.
Everybody just cool out. Smoke? I offer him.
Hey, easy.
No. Hey, I'm as easy as they come.
It's true. He's married and divorced twice.
In the same day.
Been a long week.
Do a psychology roll on this guy just while they're talking to the others.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, go ahead, psychology. And what are you looking to glean from that roll?
I'm looking to see what his intentions are because he seems very aggressive right out the gate. And like if he's like a dangerous man that we need to be more cautious around versus just like giving some pushback.
Wait, yeah, and here's while the roll's going on, Rowan's whole thing is he goes, now I see you're doing business, but do you want me to not see that you're doing business? Because if you'd like, I don't even know you. Never seen you. Got nothing to do with you. And it stays that way. But if you want me to see you doing business, maybe we do business together.
Listen, we got nothing. We got nothing to hide. Well, he's dressed very nicely, like clean clothes.
Yeah.
He has probably like the slightest bit of 5 o'clock shadow and a fedora that's on his head.
I know that life.
He has like these like sort of like they're not like fully.
Are you describing
like,
EE's glasses? No, sorry. I was about to say, are you just describing EE to me?
No. Something like that, like this dashing sort of like square jawline, but he hottish. Yeah, I'd say he's hottish.
Hot-ish.
Hottish.
Okay.
I feel I'm being complimented here. I'm very confused right now.
But he's there and he's holding the shotgun and he says, "Hey, we got nothing to hide here. You see, we just prohibition agents. We're just making sure these streets are kept clean." As he looks over his shoulder and says, "Hey, we ain't got nothing to worry about over here. These are just some people that'll be passing. No harm, no foul." And with that, the two people behind them lead the sort of the people in the overalls off. After a few moments of him just kind of eyeing you all, a little smirk, he's waiting in anticipation. You hear 2 gunshots off in the distance. And he just keeps smiling at you.
Oh, what kind of business are you doing out here?
Prohibition
moving.
agents.
Exactly. I like it. People are moving alcohol. We're making sure that they don't.
I know, but I mean, did my ears deceive me? Did I not just hear a firearm?
No, it was the truck backfiring. That's why it's stuck in the middle of the road.
I think it was shingles, a roof. There's roofs in states of disrepair that
Can I
often collapse.
psychology him?
Yes. What are you trying to find?
I would like to know any indication of what his business is really here. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, does he have like a badge or something on him?
No badge. No badge.
he's so
Okay,
not
yeah.
a probation agent. What is he?
Not
High
a-
success.
Not at all. No, this is definitely a criminal. Definitely out of town. Probably some more urban area. It could be Chicago or something. But he's coming in and trying to take control of this area. And that's what's coded under everything he's saying. Like, making sure the streets are clean. He wants this rural area to be under his jurisdiction.
I point to the shotgun.
Yeah.
Kind of got.
This is and then he rattles off what it is. I'm sorry, not exactly what kind. Yeah.
I'd just like say my brand too. Just be like, how long you been carrying one?
All my life. A lot longer than I'd like to admit. I had one of these from the time I was 6 years old until now. And I know how to use it, you see?
Kindred spirit in you.
Wait a minute. Are you all part of this operation around here?
No. We're actually just from out of town.
Oh my gosh. Dude. Shut up. Yes, we are. Clearly, you're the one in charge. We were brought in from New York.
Okay, fast talk from Alice or to persuade from the professor.
What do I have to roll to die? No.
Yeah, my hands around the hilt of the saber. Extreme success!
Success!
Dude, you're rolling crazy today.
I don't know what these rolls are. Holy shit.
Oh, so he says, Oh, okay. Well, I suggest that you leave town, because this area is mine. And if I get any pushback from any of you, I'm not afraid to kill you where you stand. All right?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't get me wrong here. We're here to help you. We're the extra muscle. We're on our way over there to see who's around, scope out the place, make sure that we can post up a couple extra sentries. You know what I mean? Why do you think I got my shotty over here?
It's all about expansion.
Okay, all right. All right, okay. If you is really here to help me, tell me, who runs this place anyway? Who,
You do.
Tell me the name of the person that's making the shine here. I bet you can't.
Man, it used to be
Flanagan.
Is it still him? Unless business has changed lately, but we got a meeting with him, and if we're late with him, there's going to be hell to
Yeah,
pay.
there's word his muscle is back in town. Been gone 5 years, but we were investigating into that.
Yeah, you ever heard of a Richardson?
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I really thought you was somebody else.
What's your name again?
Yeah, Mandius. Yeah, Charlie Mandius. Yeah. I'm
Right
sorry.
from the book.
Next time you're gonna take people out like that, you go through me first.
Boys, hey, we gotta get out of here. Yeah, move the truck. Move it. You know what? You take the truck. We'll go back to base. We'll be back in Chicago.
Yes,
all right?
we can do the truck. Thank you.
All right, yeah. And you see these people sort of like scramble into this car before it roars to life and pulls out from the middle of the road, almost hitting some trees, trying to get away and get out of there. So now you have your rental car and this truck. So it's like an open bed truck on the back. It's covered with something. The tarp on the back is covering something, but you now have that to drive as well.
I'm gonna get out with the sword, and I'm gonna go poke the top with it in the scabbard.
You poke that up, and you see hundreds of dollars worth of alcohol on the back of the truck.
Well, bugger me. Alice, I don't think you're gonna be dry for ever.
Oh, did we get product?
Yes, you're definitely gonna wet your whistle.
May I bring up some of the problems that could arise from this?
After I've had a drink, once we get to Flanagan's.
Oh.
Rupert,
Okay,
you drive.
if we make it to Flanagan's,
We're the new crime bosses.
I know. I didn't know what was happening there for quite a while, and I didn't expect.
I genuinely
this.
thought we were gonna get shot.
I did
there was
too,
a shotgun,
and then it was now we're the bosses.
Oh, you poor rural folk. And I'll just be like, Rupert, the car. Follow me. We're going to Flanagan's.
Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom, as you say.
We're in the empire business.
Are we mobsters now?
That's what we just said.
Never be afraid of a man with a shotgun, dear.
But
And
be
I'll
very afraid of a woman
Turn the
with
car
one.
on again.
Yes. Where do I sit? Where do I sit?
2 and 2. So whoever, boys, girls, whatever you want to do. Let's go. We have a meeting.
How do you, Ruby?
All right, thank you. Okay, and I take a seat wherever there's an open one.
Don't spill a drop of that.
I will try not to when thinking about the multiple hundreds of dollars of illegal moonshine in the back of this vehicle that we got from a bunch of people who just murdered others. But sure, spillage, that's the worry.
Yeah, I'm continuing on the road to Flanagan's then. Holy shit, Alice is like feeling good about herself right now.
Well earned.
I'm shaken by what just transpired. That's wonderful. Okay, so you want to go to Flanagan's or do you want to go to the tavern? We can do either. Whatever you would like to do.
The tavern. Flanagan was late
Tavern
tonight. We had
first,
a
I
meeting.
guess, yeah. Tavern first.
Okay. So now we find our investigators heading over to Potts's Tavern. It's this large wooden building of 18th century construction. You see these impressive looking balconies that overlook the grounds. It's about, I'd probably say like 9 meters back from the road, like 10 yards ish. There is trees sort of peeking out and their branches almost kind of hide it back away. This house has chimneys on both sides. And on the outside, this place almost like glows from this like fresh coat of white paint that's been put on top of it all the way around. There are like some recently cut logs that are off to the side of this place. There is an old stable under this like sort of wooded ridge. Is a freshwater spring as well that is bubbling away. You can hear sort of the water flowing. And here you are at Potts's Tavern. What would you like to do?
I'm just gonna call over to Rupert and say, hide the car in the shadows, or somewhere a little bit more private.
I saw her turning just a little bit up the road. I could put it in between some trees and stuff and leave it there.
Yep, without breaking the bottles, please.
Yes. What would be a crime boss that would be a reference from earlier, not from the 1920s? Because I was going to say Capone, but that's current. So what would be a crime boss from earlier?
Oh, shit.
So, okay, so there's the two folks in Chicago that set up the festival district. I'm trying to remember their names. I wrote a whole chapter in a book on them. Give me a second.
Yes,
I'm on Google because I'm
Festival
curious
District.
now too. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me.
This is Grant doing an in-person library roll right now.
Yeah, that's what it. Yeah, I've got to come up with that. So,
You could go with Could you go with like Gentleman Jack Diamond?
Yes, Gentleman Alice. I'll put it where you
There you
want
go,
it.
yeah.
Gentlewoman Alice.
Is this-
Just call me Donna.
What are we gonna do with this after? What are we gonna do with all of that?
Well, I suppose
What if we get caught?
it either belongs to Flanagan or Flanagan was trying to send it out. So either way, we're pretty rich.
When she says that, Ruby's brain clicks and goes, "Did they kill Flanagan?" And I look over at the house to see if there's any suspicious anything or what looks like might have been a scuffle or something like that.
There was no scuffle here. The paint is still fresh and unperturbed. Earlier, you saw everybody that was there. Young guys. Nobody that's 80 plus like Flanagan.
And Alice
Okay.
did say we have a meeting with Flanagan, and the guy left her alone. Like, he wasn't like, oh no, we just killed Flanagan. So
Yeah. That's why I said I was like, well, last time I checked it was Flanagan, unless like you guys had something to do with it. So
But where did the gunshots come from?
in
Well-
the wood,
I don't know. Something about this just doesn't feel right. So I'm going to let you
No.
all. It doesn't feel right at all to me, and I'm just letting you all know how I'm feeling about it. It just feels
very
like
much.
a trap.
I'm a part-time professor and article writer.
check the glove compartment, see if there's anything in there
I
regarding
checked the glove compartment,
who owns the car, the truck.
like a pistol or something.
Yeah, that's about to say, like, oh, might find like a knife or something, or like, like a small pistol that you can pull out, but no sort of registration. There's no registration in this truck.
This, I guess, is now yours, Ruby, in case of fish.
Oh, okay. I lean over to Rupert and whisper, Alice seems to know that she's falling into this role quite easily, right?
Well, I thought she had a drinking problem. I think that it's a different
it's
kind of
kind-
drinking problem.
It's like kind of a drinking problem, but I
It's
don't
more
think
of a
it's like
monster
bad.
problem.
I feel like I've never seen this side of her before.
Neither have I. I mean, I've seen her kill people with the shotgun, I guess, but
Oh,
I
yeah.
never thought that she'd be a mobster. Maybe I should have put two and two together.
I thought I'd be writing articles about, like, sewer monsters in the city. I didn't. And I, like, take the pistol and just hold it, cup it in my hands. Okay.
Look, come with me and we'll park the vehicle and I'll show you how to use that in case of fish monsters or the police.
I know how to use it.
Oh, okay, good.
I just hope I don't have to.
Same here. I've not had to use mine properly yet and don't intend to.
Okay, I'll go with you to park it.
The two nerds awkwardly get into the vehicle.
Yeah, so you're able to put it away. You know, again, there's trees everywhere that kind of obscure this area, so you're able to do that without any rolls or anything. And you seem to be alone here. No one has come out from the tavern or anything. So I guess Mabel, like the maid, isn't here. But the professor did tell you that there is a key above the door frame at the back door, which leads into the kitchen.
I would go and grab that key and try to go in and see what's up.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, for sure. Is everybody else sort of, joining Alice in that?
Yes, at a wary distance.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm taking Alice's lead.
Okay, great.
I'm just
So
saying,
now-
just so you know, if there's anybody in here, let me do the talking. Clearly, they're not exactly, well, they're just in over their heads, so.
Hey, in over their heads.
Well, they're clearly not fish people.
As soon as you push open like the door inside, what you're hit with is this smell, like this strong smell of paint.
Oof.
I'm glad you said paint there.
Yeah.
You're hit with a baseball bat. No, you're hit with this smell of paint that just makes its way into your nostrils there. And also, you're met with the sound of creaking from the moment your feet, or Alice's feet, steps inside. It's
Old
creaky.
home.
It's old and it smells like new, fresh paint. That's all of them set. You know that smell. But now you're in the kitchen. It's a nice square-sized room, large iron stove. There's this central table with like this heavy like butcher's block on top. A cupboard has, food and other wares, you presume. But now you're here, and that's what you see.
Just say, prop the door open, just we can get some air in here.
I brought this. I pull out like a little bag of. I took some of the bottles out from the truck for Alice because I know Alice needs her drink.
Oh, thank you. And I just actually, I don't want to, I'm going to almost go for it, but I'll be like, we don't want to taste the product until we talk to Flanagan.
That's a surprising amount of restraint.
Well, I'm still, a reasonable person.
What about the paint? Why does it? I would look around. Why is it so? Is everything just pristine in here?
Is it newly painted?
Yeah, newly painted. It must be, well, not freshly painted, but, it was painted within the last month or so.
Month and it still smells like paint?
Oh, yeah, it's been kind of shut up in here, you would presume, and with the summer heat coming in.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Open the windows. Get this paint smell out of here.
I heard it was bad to breathe it in for a long period of time.
Yeah, well, you don't want to eat paint. You don't want to inhale it for too
That
long.
means Mabel probably hasn't been here in a while, unless she's literally been living with this ridiculously strong smell. Oh, the window open. Oh.
She's supposed to be taking care of the place.
Well, it's unusual that it hasn't aired it out. We could have a look around,
All right.
huh?
Yeah, I guess we'll go look around in some of the other rooms.
Rowan's actually looking to see if there's any hidden compartments or anything? Any loose boards? Any place where things could be hidden in this
Cool.
murder house?
There's not much in here. Like
No.
it's very. I mean, it's
Yeah.
very empty, right? You know, they moved out a
Yeah.
lot of the old furniture. I'll give you this. There's a lone sort of piece of furniture in one of the rooms. It faces this window that looks out towards the back door, out towards the backyard. It's covered with this sheet. This chair is there. It's covered with this sheet. If you remove the sheet, it just looks like a normal old upholstered, sort of deepish red chair that's there. But give me a spot hidden roll, Rowan.
Okay. Now I have failed every roll from my saxophone to I failed everything but a library use.
I think Alice stole your luck.
She did.
Yeah.
Oh,
Father's favorite chair. Mustn't sit in it, and I cover it back up.
push the roll, push the roll.
I'll push it. I'm pushing it. This is where like the
chair
tentacle
stabs
comes
you.
out and eats me. Yes. So let's
Yes.
hard success.
Oh, great. So what about this changes? What in this spot hidden roll changes from the first to the second? Like, what was that push? What in the push was different?
Okay.
What made you uncover it?
Rowan removes his glasses that he realizes he doesn't need and leans in with his baby greens because I don't have blue eyes and focuses intently, stares into the void, and the void stares back.
You see this little piece of white sticking out from behind the cushion. It's a little wrinkled, almost like a small newspaper clipping.
Retrieve it.
You retrieve this. If you would like to read this, please do.
All right. Oh no. That's my favorite kind of widow. Sorry. Comely widow who owns large farm in one of the finest districts of La Porte, Indiana. Desires to make the acquaintance of a gentleman equally well provided, with a view to joining fortunes. No replies by letter considered unless sender is willing to follow answers with a personal visit. Triflers need not apply. Bell Guinness, McClung Road, La Porte, Indiana. February 7th, 08.
That's what you find. So anybody else is looking around? You can give me a spot hidden roll.
I would be because of the smell. I just would be like, why is it so smelly? And I would just try to see what I could see.
Yeah, please do. Okay.
Not good on my part, but
Yeah. Ruby is leaning in.
push it.
If you would like to, you can. You know, no pressure here. But Ruby succeeds by looking into that paint. Yeah, you're staring at it. You're like, why is it so? Oh, what you wait? I gotta see this. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I just
Ruby
pushed
is
it.
looking in. Yeah, Ruby is looking in. There seems to be something that was painted over on one of these walls. It looks like, you know, there was a carving in the wood, but it's been since painted over. You can make out the carving.
I can make out the carving.
Just barely. It looks like an A. It looks like it says like ass or something. You're not able to get it as well. You can make that out as you're not sure. Maybe someone with better eyes, such as the hard success from the push roll, can help you out. It's only once the boss
What's that
comes
say
over.
there?
Yeah. There's something over here. They did an awful patch job. I mean, back home, you would at least have to put plaster on before you paint. But it says, I think, Alice, does it say ass?
I think there's more to it. As
I actually want to. It says Esau.
Esau. Ah. Wait.
ESAU.
Yeah.
Esau. Oh, like Richardson. That's his first name. Remember the big enforcer guy?
Yeah, so he just decided one day, I gotta carve my name into the wall?
maybe there's more to it. And I'm just going to knock against the wall, see if it's like hollow or anything.
Well, it's not. It's pretty solid. It's normal. Nothing really falls out, or there's no doors there or anything.
Esau's an unusual name. Would that be possible to like tie that to a culture or anything in particular?
It's biblical in origin.
That I was gonna say that. That's what you would sort of get, but other than that, no.
All right, well,
would
let's
I-
keep looking.
Yeah, I would start looking at the other walls, see if there's any carvings in any of the other walls. Nope.
No other carvings elsewhere. Just this Esau, like sort of carved deeply into this wood here.
Can I scratch off some of the paint?
Yeah, you can.
I
If you'd like
think
to.
I'll just
no one's required.
start with my fingernail and start like picking at it, and then I'd like look for something that's maybe sharp or can get more of an angle with, and start to peel where the words are or where it's carved in.
For sure. So you're doing that, and taking off big sort of chunks of paint here. Again, around Esau, you don't see anything else. It's just the old, dark, almost grayish wood that was originally there.
Oh, someone's not gonna be happy with me.
Well, it can always be repainted, right?
You always be able to tell there's a spot though, like that there's someone painted to fix something here. In the right light, you're gonna see it. It's
Not our house, not our problem.
Even if you go upstairs, it's pretty cleared out here. The pilgrims have done a good job of clearing out this place. Everyone give me a spot hidden roll as you go upstairs.
I rolled a spot hidden because I was going to go upstairs. My very hard's up there.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? No roll required, because this is what the professor sees. The professor sees this small little sort of door to the attic.
Is there a ladder or something around that I can use to access it?
You have to kind of pull like the string down and see.
Right.
And as you do that, there does not appear to be like a ladder or anything there.
Can someone come up here and help me have a look in the loft space? There's no ladder.
Sure. Wonder why there wouldn't be a ladder for a crawl space, and I'd go up, I guess. And do you want to climb up there? I guess I could give you a boost.
Or you could boost me.
I look the largest of the group, and I look at Alice, and I look then at Rowan as suggested that. That seems a bit more radical.
Check me up, human cannonball.
I'm a strong woman. I got some muscle.
Sure. Sorry, I do not mean to disparage you. Feel free. Give me a boost.
Actually,
okay.
I'm probably well, Ruby and Rupert are probably the strongest people in our group, but
I was gonna say no one is tougher than like a little bartender lady. They are.
Yes. I do not mean to disparage. Feel free to give me a boost. I will attempt to look.
I will help. Remember we did this when we moved the bureau in the apartment.
So much pivoting. So much pivoting.
Yeah.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Hup.
Yeah. So it's a group effort to get to the professor up there, but he is able to pull himself up into this little attic space here. The first thing that catches your eye up here is something that indeed was not moved out. There is this trunk here, this dark trunk with sort of accents of like, it's almost like a goldish veneer on the accents on this trunk, but you see it there, and you see sort of the wooden slats that lead over to it. You can carefully step over those. No roll required, but there's that. What do you do?
There's a trunk here of some kind. I'm going to take a closer look.
Just be careful.
It's a trunk. What could possibly go wrong?
12 things come to mind.
I've fallen through a floor already. I don't need to do that again. I've checked it off my bucket list.
Maybe
If you find,
tempt fate.
don't go do any rituals without us.
I wouldn't think of. Oh, think of it.
Inside this trunk, there is several pieces of Victorian women's clothing. There is a nice, what appears to be a wedding ring in here as
There's
well.
undergarments. A wedding ring. I think that's going to be Rowan's.
And the last thing is a letter that you find.
There's a letter. Let me have a look at this. It's to Margaret Towson. Towson's farm, Ford, Jerry Road, Gallatin Country, Southern Illinois. Dearest Marge, at last I can write. I will tell you the awful truth about the terrible things that have happened in Innsmouth when I am with you. I have no time for now, for the order, that's with a capital O, the order, that'll be the Order of Dagon, will be after me. The two facts that I must tell you are that Andrew is murdered, and I am with child. I hope you and Matthew will let me stay with you in my days of need and beyond, so that I can wash the fishy stink of Innsmouth off my shoes forever in the clean waters of Ohio. Yours in desperate haste, your loving sister, Eliza.
What do you do with that information?
I was reading it out to them, so I bring the letter down to them after having a look through the rest of the loft to make sure it's clear, along with the women's undergarments and the wedding ring.
Something that wasn't there, but that's attached to it is, again, there's another piece of information there. There's like a marriage certificate as well. I didn't mention that.
There's a marriage certificate.
But it was the reason I bring it up is it was issued in Innsmouth. It was between Andrew Richardson and Eliza Nolan.
Between an Andrew Richardson and Eliza Nolan. Oh, right. It's the sun. It's the sun is the fish. Right. Okay.
Is there any place that Innsmouth hasn't sunk their fins into?
Quite frankly, it'd be better off without
Nolan, the
Innsmouth.
son. Oh, with the inheritance. Yeah. The Emily Nolan. So technically, you're a relative.
Oh, okay.
Like second cousin, twice removed or something. I don't know.
It just seems a little odd that, is there an engraving on the wedding ring?
Let's have a look.
So everything lines up with the engraving on the wedding ring. EN is on there.
E-N.
Yeah, so Eliza Nolan, you would guess.
Why would this be here?
The son left it in the attic as some sort of memento.
Was there anything else up there? Just the trunk?
Just the trunk, as far as I could tell.
Okay.
The keeper is not opening his head. I'm pretty sure it was only the trunk.
Oh yeah, that was the only thing.
You know what's funny? I just realized Nolan, no land, water. You know?
Has she been at the moonshine yet?
I don't think so. I don't.
Right?
It's yes.
Yeah.
I mean, coincidence? Oh.
Could be onto
I
something.
think not.
Also, the clean waters of Ohio. Is that what Ohio's known for? It's clean waters.
Maybe compared to Innsmouth, I guess.
Never been to Ohio, so I don't know if I'd imagine it would be known for that. Isn't it all fields anyway? Does anyone know anything about, like, as a Canadian, I know fuck all about Ohio anyway, so
I don't know much about Ohio in general, so
I know too much about Ohio, for I am a red-blooded American who spent many summers traveling to the Midwest for our wonderful game conventions.
I went there one time for a fraternity convention.
that was the
Frat
pledge. Go to Ohio.
Oh, yeah. It was the scariest thing I ever did.
You lost 2d6 sanity points.
No,
I'm
shout out to Ohio if you're from Ohio. Thank you for being here.
use promo code roll for it if you want a discount in Ohio.
Yes, you get 1 Ohio for the price of 2. The best deal.
At that time, you all hear multiple engines pulling up to the house.
Anyone need a boost up?
They're gonna see what I did to the paint.
Quick, get in the loft and hide.
I'll go greet them.
I'll go with her.
You
I look
two-
at Rupert.
You'll be backup if ever we need it, right?
Should we just be here on the landing?
That seems better than being stuck in the ceiling if they're going to kill all our compatriots. Sure, I'll come down. I pop down. I'm gonna pick up the sword.
I'll get the pistol like at the ready, just kind of easy to grab.
We'll go down, I guess, to the front door.
As you go down to the front door, you see that these are in fact delivery trucks that are pulling up, and they are led by this sort of smallish woman. She's like, "Yes, right over this way. Yes, okay, we can put the food over here, the delivery over here, and the furniture we can set that over here. We'll all load it up inside." And she turns around and sees you. Oh, you must be from what's it the truth? But
Strange but true.
yes, hi, I'm
Mabel?
Mabel. I'm the maid here. Hi.
Wonderful. We were actually curious where we would find you. We wanted to take a look at the house before everything got moved in. But
Yes.
I think people are already here.
Well, I had to, lead these delivery trucks in. The Pilgrims, they gave us a supply of food to put inside. And we do have an ice box in there, so we'll be able to load some things in before they arrive.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, just so you know, some of the paint has peeled off from the inside, just on one particular spot. But I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's the smell of paint was so intense in there, and I think maybe the humidity might have just made some of it peel off.
Yeah, they have plenty of paint. Don't worry about it. You know what? We'll get everything unloaded. Then I'll see if I can make some dinner for everybody, and we can just set in for the night. And you can do your investigations or whatever you need to do. But I'll make sure that you have a nice meal.
Thank you so much. And
Indeed.
we heard you also you have a family here, right?
I have a son.
You have a son.
Yes.
And I mean, obviously, this might not be the best time, but I'd love to ask some questions of you, even if you have a bit of history in this town as well. So, it's.
I'm from here. I'm from here, and I saw the job posting, and so I just wanted to support me and my son.
Oh, excellent. Well, fantastic. Let's the other two are inside. I'll just go grab them and make sure that we're good.
Okay. All right. And of course, all of this takes place. You're able to get settled in. You're able to.
I quickly pass the
have some
undergarments to Ruby so that I'm not holding women's undergarments.
Oh, all right. What do we do? Okay. And I'm just holding the pistol underneath this pile of women's undergarments now.
From here, it's pretty uneventful for the rest of the evening. Of course, you do have a meeting with Flanagan if you would like to still pursue that. But the choice is yours. Would you like to do any more? You've done a lot of reconnaissance here. Would you like to proceed there or do something entirely different?
I still want to keep our meeting with Flanagan. I don't know about you guys. What are you thinking?
And we have a lot of his booze, so I'm thinking we probably should.
You're back.
Mm-hmm.
I want to cure all.
My suspicion is that
We have a truckload.
Esau the son is maybe mad that he didn't get the house because he is the rightful person to get the house or something. So he might be like stalking it or murdering people who live here or something.
Well, let's just go ask him.
Yes, Esau the son. Where would we find him?
Esau is I don't think it's his son. It's the enforcer. His enforcer. He hasn't been seen for a while.
The enforcer is the son.
Is Esau the son of Flanagan? I didn't think he
No, the
was.
son of Eliza.
That's what I think.
Oh.
She came from Innsmouth. She was pregnant. She gave birth to someone with filed down teeth and
Oh,
pallid
dang,
complexion.
okay. It just all clicked. Oh shit.
Yes.
Wait, so then repeat your thought because then now
Well,
I gotta
he
come back
might
to it.
have left for some reason, but whatever. He might come back now that the house is meant to be going and changing hands, because he's perhaps annoyed that the house is changing hands and it's his family home or something. It's possible. It might have a basement as well. We could look at the basement, because there was mention of people being murdered or whatever in a basement or something.
Yeah.
It's possible maybe he lived in the basement or lives in the basement.
Well, he hasn't been seen for a while, and then he got married to a widow, right? I guess we would have had this conversation at one point, just kind of separately, but my hunch is honestly that professor that we met with, he wants to go inherit that. He might be related somehow to this Esau. Maybe he is Esau. Maybe he needed time to fix his complexion and whatnot, or
it seems
something.
to me that was that'd be quite unlikely. My suspicion is that we don't see any old hybrids. My suspicion is they turn into deep ones or something. Maybe that's the gestation period.
I don't know enough about the biology. You're the professor.
Well, I'm not a biology professor or a professor of the deep ones.
You're getting there.
I still have no points in Cthulhu mythos. I assure you, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I guess, do you want to stay here and keep investigating the house? And
Well, I'd like to have a look for a basement while Mabel's here and ask about one, and if she doesn't know of one, have a look around ourselves. There's not anything in the house, they're still moving stuff in. We should be able to find an entrance into a basement, and if there isn't one, well, fine, and we can ask Flanagan about where Esau is.
There is no basement or anything.
Well, I guess we ask Flanagan where Esau is. He might be back in town or something, maybe even just because the pressure's being put onto his boss.
Then
Seems like we might need to talk to some more people before we can figure this one out. Maybe, I don't think the professor we met in the city was Esau.
that's what I was thinking, but then the professor said that this might be a gestation period or whatever.
He also
so-
doesn't fit any of the
But-
profiles, and he seemed concerned. He seemed genuinely concerned about what was going on. And
Yeah,
also,
but people can lie.
well, we haven't seen any deep ones with an interest in being professors or anything like that. The closest we saw was someone who was a very recent crack plastic surgeon.
There's a lawyer too, if you remember, for my
True,
family.
True. The wife didn't notice that he was part fish.
You didn't know I was part fish?
But
has
Esau's
a
meant to have
point.
filed down. At this point, anyone could be Esau if we're assuming that Esau could be anyone.
I'm
that's
just saying.
the point, isn't it? He got
You
married,
could be
for
Esau.
goodness sake. Do I look like I could be Esau?
He did the-
There's Squint, Pier. Nah.
Thank you. Good God.
All I'm saying is that it seems like there's more to play with all of this than what meets the eye. I didn't know about myself until recently. Maybe there's some other kind of magic or something that they can use. We don't really know that much about them.
True. I'd tend to be more worried about.
What if you call your friend?
You should call a deep one from the depths of the different realm and ask it, hey, what's the 411 on looking like a human these days?
I put my hands up like, not such a bad idea.
Just dive into another realm and summon a being of immense eldritch power just to have a quick chinwag.
Yes? Why not?
With power comes a whole load
Power.
of mind-messing stuff.
Can I go?
Not into the deep realm through the painting.
Yes.
Oh god.
Do you think that's a good
Can we-
idea? It's
Yes.
like a very bad idea.
Of all the stupid ideas that we've had today, mine is looking like a lot less dumb, and I
think
don't know.
becoming a mod boss is probably a much better idea, Alice, than potentially Ruby going into the Deep One's realm.
I think it's all about perspective, because the alcohol thing is not even what we're supposed to be here for.
But it's a nice bonus, right? You know? I don't have a problem, I swear. This is definitely not adding to it.
Should we just go to Dr. Flanagan?
Let's go talk to Flanagan first, then we can see if there's anything that comes from that. But we should definitely get more information about this Esau man, because
if I need to, if we need to, I can go and inquire with the Deep Ones for more information. It's not something I do lightly.
You're the one who's always saying, we need more information. I can't get more information. You have a way to get information right there.
Yes.
We can't find out anything. We don't know much about them, and we keep...
Potentially extreme risk. I sometimes say I'm hungry, but I don't go and hold up the nearest bar to satisfy my hunger.
Well, you went there once, right? You've only been there once?
The once. Only the once. We didn't go.
And they helped you.
I made them give me the tablet because I wanted it, and they handed it over.
They didn't have to do that. I'm just saying, there is a wealth of knowledge that we have not even tapped yet.
Well, if you want to, later, if we need to, I would be willing to tap it together with you. If we are in need.
I'm just saying there's more wisdom there than I think some of you might not want to admit. We can go talk to the alcohol man. I guess we should do that now.
That's his title, Alcohol Man.
And you venture on to Flanagan, the alcohol man. Now, Flanagan's sort of compound there is even further from the road. It's north of the tavern, but the deeper and deeper you push into this wilderness here, soon you start to see no trespassing signs. But of course, you have a meeting with this man, so it can't be that bad. Soon, you come upon this sort of like wooden building, this long building with this long porch on the front of it. And in this rocking chair, you see this sort of very skinny old man with this big beard. He wears nothing but this overall, this pair of overalls, no shirt or anything underneath. One shoulder strap is like broken and torn off. So you can see like just the bit of this guy's like white chest hair. Very skinny, and he sits there rocking. And it's almost as if he's just looking into nowhere and everywhere at the same time, but then he hears you approaching, the eyes shift to you.
Flanagan.
Oh, hello there. How are you?
Well,
Bandy.
we would have been better if we didn't get held up by some folks that you might have hired from Chicago.
What do you mean by Chicago?
What do you mean by Chicago?
I've had some people trying to move into my territory with threats, trying to run my people off from around here. But you know what? we got something for them. I'm going to make sure that they pay and that they don't come around here again.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that, dear. We dealt with them. But it came at a price, unfortunately. 2 of your boys are dead before we could do anything. But we did retrieve the cargo.
The truck. That's my truck. Oh. You tell the truth.
Well, yes.
I'm so grateful. What can I do for you? Anything at all.
She wants half.
No. It starts with a drink. We'll start with a drink.
A drink, yeah. Hey, boys. And he snaps. And some big muscly guy's going to come out the back. Yes. You think if these fine people a drink all around? The finest selection.
Just actually a grape juice for her. Regular grape juice, if you have some.
Oh, I got prune juice. Will that be all right?
Close enough.
Sure, that's fine.
And one prune juice.
I'll go get the truck from where we parked it just up the road and bring it over then.
I would have assumed we drove it here, didn't we?
Did you want to leave it out front? Yeah, in which case.
Like I would have assumed we would have brought it forward, like because it's.
Yeah, that's why I assume we like brought
right?
it most of the way, but like left it just around the corner or something.
Oh, sure, yeah, okay.
Or like
cool.
100, 200 meters up the road, drive it back down.
Cool, yeah. So you present the alcohol, you get your juices and your shine. And listen, this is like the strongest stuff. Like you can smell the alcohol before you even bring it close to your mouth. It's this kind that will just light your insides up. It'll burn all the way down, but it's quality. And this guy is a master craftsman as he sits there rocking, drinking the shine like it's water. You've done a great service to me, all of you. Listen, if there's any way that I can repay you, I'm willing.
We need information.
And
a decent amount of it.
About what?
You know about, well, you know Esau.
I know Esau.
He's one of your boys, isn't he?
Yeah. Has been for a long time.
But he isn't here. Or is he?
Psychology rolls all around.
Yeah.
Not success.
I still fail.
Oh, wow. Rowan,
Your luck has been drained by Alice.
Dude,
Good.
Oh my goodness.
Dream
Alice, take the
success.
I got a success.
He's seen a lot in his 80 years on this earth, and he knows when he's being picked apart. He knows when someone is onto him. So he simply just gets up, and he gets up a little more spry than you expected him to. His skinny little knees are bare as he walks around. All right. Right this way. As he leads you around the compound to this small brick, like this deep red brick building. This is where we keep our cold things, ice and such. He's in there. And he just stands there and says, "It's all right, Esau. We got some people here to see you." As he goes and opens the door. Now, the moonlight from behind you all really shines down, and it really illuminates just barely as this lumbering figure hobbles out of this small house. Now, you see definitely a hybrid in front of you, but severely disfigured. It's almost as if his face has been like caved in on itself. One eye is bulging and, almost very bulbous there. The other eye looks almost like blind, as there were just deep tears and gashes and scratches all around it. One side of his face is almost just devoid of flesh. There are these long, uncut fingernails that are almost like talons, almost like claws that are there. as it looks almost painful for him to walk as he tries to speak, but it's more of a harsh whisper. Sanity rolls from seeing this severe disfigurement all around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not a problem. This is just a regular
Success.
day for us.
Oh, wow.
Unfazed.
I feel like Rowan
Um,
had a sip of the moonshine. He's like not checking in, and he's also like, "Oh yeah, look at that."
Yeah, he's like, wow, this guy's ugly. 1 point, you lose 1 point of sanity from seeing this, just one. It's you're unsure of how this person is even alive. It's almost like a zombie deep one hybrid here. He says, "What do you want from me?" What?
We have some questions
About what? What?
about you and about the establishment. You've been here for a while, I assume.
Ask away. Yes, I have.
Your mother's name.
I feel like you know more and you lead on.
Of course we do. But I want to make sure that you give us the answers that we confirm what we know.
You see
Your
him
mother's
like
name.
yeah. You see him turn into himself as that whisper just continues, and he says, "Eliza."
Nolan?
How do you know?
No land. It's not Alice.
Why do you come seeking me? No one seeks me.
Because we know your family.
Okay.
And we had heard that you or someone like you was around here, and we wanted to make sure that they weren't pursuing you.
Like me? What do you mean, like me?
You know there are more like you, right? You're not the only one.
Moonshiners?
Sure, but also you can swim very well, I assume.
Yes.
You can see excellently in the underwater. And you probably feel this call to, well, let's see. Do we have an item?
I pulled the
Perhaps
coin.
A coin? How does this coin make you feel?
Oh, sorry, I glitched out a little bit. Oh, the coin. Okay, I get it
Yeah.
now.
We're hypnotized.
As he reaches out towards, where is this from?
It is from your family.
And you see this like eye kind of open up a little bit. The one that had been closed is just kind of glazed over and white. I want family. I've been treated like a monster.
We can
Yeah.
do,
Not by Flanagan, right?
The only one who has taken me in. My only family is my son. And my love. And Flanagan, my family.
well, we know where there's a whole community of people like you, similarly afflicted. And we would be willing to give you directions if you could just answer a few questions.
Yes. Where is this place? Where?
We will tell you everything after.
So, who is your love?
Her name is Mabel.
I thought so.
Sweet woman.
Yep, that makes complete sense.
And your son looks like you?
Yes.
Does he like to go swimming in the river?
He loves swimming in the Ohio. Yes. Beautiful boy. 3 years old. 3. And my baby.
And were you swimming out in the river here? Not too long ago. I suppose you'd probably take decent precaution to avoid being seen.
Yes, but this is my area. This is my home. I've known this all my life. I swim up near the tavern. Come back. Yes.
But you don't go swimming in the river directly. You go in the area near the tavern.
Both.
Oh. Were you swimming there about 2 weeks ago and I give him the date?
Yeah. Yes.
Unfortunately, you were seen.
I don't want to be seen. People treat me like monster. I am no monster.
We can absolutely see that.
I have been abused and beaten.
Now, I have a question for you. If you could, would you rather be human fully?
I want to be me. If there are more where I will not be treated like this, I would love to take my son. He needs a better life than I. Mabel can join me in this place you promised.
That is not up to us. But we might be able to assure your son of having a relatively normal life.
Please.
But unfortunately, it would mean revoking the part of him that has differences.
No. Let him be. No.
I would not force that decision upon anyone. However, we have seen it work.
One second. May I have a word, Alice?
Mm-hmm.
That required a magic needle, which we don't have.
Oh.
Yeah, that requires specifically that magic needle. Without it, we don't have anything. I was going to give them directions to Innsmouth instead of a magical tattoo.
Well, yes, but I'm just saying, if he doesn't have to do that, I mean, no. All right, well, fine. It's not like he's interested anyway.
No.
Listen, we want to make sure that you are safe and happy. And of course, Old Man Flanagan would likely miss you, right?
Flanagan, may I go?
As Flanagan has been, surveying all of this, what man wise, even beyond his 80 years, you see him nod at all of this.
Where do I take my son?
Well, before you do that, your wife, we want to make sure, or your love, I suppose.
Mabel.
Wife, Mabel. Mabel works at the house, right? The old tavern?
Yeah.
We'll need to find a replacement for her. For the house.
Okay.
So we have to also be aware that she is not like you. She does not look like you, cannot swim like you, cannot exist like you.
I love her.
I know. But you will have to protect her then. And that life that you will have in this place might conflict with loving someone like her.
Alternatively, there is an area nearby between the places where you may live together. You wouldn't live directly in a town, you'd live on the fringes, but that is technically people do travel back and forth.
There's advantages to that.
I want to know the name of the place.
Can I ask a couple of questions first? Firstly, what happened? Were you attacked?
Yes.
By
Beaten.
By?
I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Before Mabel, I thought I could trust a woman. She beat me, thought me dead. I went to live with her. I come back here.
who
What's her
was
name?
this woman?
Hilda.
Hilda.
What was her last name?
Gun.
That was the maiden name of the wife of the professor, was it?
You can education?
Can I push that?
Oof.
Yes.
Oh, success.
Hey.
Nice.
That's the old
It's-
college try.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not the. It's not the maiden name of the professor.
Very well. And can you tell me about the history of the house that your mother brought you up in?
Yes. I was raised by the Tolsons. My mother brought me over. She died. Tolsons raised me as their own. I worked for years. I fought for the Union. I come back here. I leave again. I marry Hilda. She beats me, buries me. I escape. Come back, find this place. Flanagan here. He take me in. I do my best work here with the shine. And now, here I stand. Here.
I look to the rest of the group.
He deserves a way out.
Where is this place? This promised land?
Innsmouth.
Oh, never heard.
It's near
And- oh.
Ipswich. The people in Ipswich kind of hate the people in Innsmouth. The people in Innsmouth hate the people in Ipswich. The
Rhode
people in-
Island?
Capulets and the Montagues.
it's just down near Boston.
Massachusetts.
Yes.
Yes.
I would recommend, if you want to live with Mabel, maybe live in between the two towns. There are a couple of houses there. That way you can go back and forth as you please, and you don't have to deal with the issues.
Just
you-
be aware.
Thank you. Yes.
Be aware that you might not be safe there, even as someone who is with them.
Thank you. I will talk to Mabel when she returns from work and consult. Thank you. I can't thank you enough.
It's our pleasure.
I've known nothing but pain. Now I have hope. Hope.
One more question. Your name is carved in the house, the old tavern.
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. It wasn't me. It's someone. No, mine. Unless it was Mabel. A heart around it, maybe. No.
We'll go take a look again, and if we see you before you head out, we'll give you information.
Yes, I'll be here until then.
Be safe, Esau.
Thank you.
With this exchange, heavy shit, right? You are staying at the tavern for the night, and there's no heart around the carving. You know that for sure. Strange, but true. The next day, there are more engines that rev and roar as they come onto the property. You feel, I mean, I don't want to put, feelings in your mouths or words in your mouth, It might feel good knowing that you gave this person a new direction. And that's kind of the high you're all riding on. When the pilgrims show up a little early to the tavern. You can hear of Mrs. Pilgrim at first. No, yes, the deliveries are here. Wow, I knew that service was the best. That's why you always go with Chicago delivery services, not the local ones. It's Professor. Yes. Let's go inside now. Let's go inside. It's late afternoon here, and they're all very happy to see you. The professor kind of draws you away into like a little side room. He's not wasting any time with this. Did you find everything out? I'm sorry. He takes out a handkerchief. Is everything okay?
We think so. There shouldn't be any more sightings, at least.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Well, do you have any proof of this? What happened?
Proof is a mathematical concept. We can't really do that.
Well, what did you do to ensure this?
We gave them a direction to a place where they would be happier. And we asked them to vacate the premises, and they have. They have moved happily on, and yes, you can be rest assured that what you saw was actually true and not a figment of your imagination. But you should not be seeing them again anytime soon.
That said, is
Yes.
Mabel still around?
Yeah, so she'll be in the kitchen. You would have seen her kind of go in the kitchen and get started on an early sort of dinner preparations and everything.
If you'll excuse me, I just have I should just make some recommendations to Mabel for a lunch, if you don't mind.
And,
Yes.
As you're going, I just whisper, ask if she knows a Hilda Gunner.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah.
In the kitchen, you see the activity of Mabel preparing things. Mrs. Pegram is kind of over the shoulder. Okay, yes, over here. Yeah, well, that looks like you're not doing it quite right here. It must be finer cuts. The vegetables must be a little finer cut. Oh, hi there, Alice.
Hello. Do you
Hi.
don't mind if I just steal Mabel away for a moment? I just have a couple things I'd want to make sure are tip-top before you add some things to the place.
Yes, you girls enjoy yourself as she leaves the kitchen, looking for Ruby.
She got that. She loves Ruby. I love it. I'll say, Mabel, your son. I have to ask.
Yes. What about my son?
I want to preface this by saying, I know. And not only do I know, but I don't want to hold it against you in any way. And it's not my job. I simply want to advise, if I may be so bold.
Please go ahead.
Did you speak with him? Your love?
I haven't been home yet, but I assume you mean Esau. Not yet. Why? Did you talk to him? Is he okay? Is he hurt?
He's fine. He's a little beaten up from some incident with Hilda, but I assume you already know about all that. But that's
Years ago before we met. If I don't know where this woman is. If she's still alive, I would drive that kitchen knife right through her.
Hopefully you won't have to.
I'm going to travel to, I forget where. It's some farmland in another state nearby. But if I ever have the chance to travel, I would do anything for Esau or for my son.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're going to get a a recommendation for a place to go away in Massachusetts, where you and your son and Esau will be much happier. But that would
Okay.
mean leaving this place.
I would do it. If it's for the good, I would do it.
It's for Esau and your son.
I would do it for my child, for sure. Yes, I would.
You also should understand that the Nolan name carries a lot of weight in Innsmouth.
Okay.
That is the place.
I've never heard of it. I've never.
Massachusetts. It's a strange place, but where more people look closer to Esau than to you or I. But with
Thank
the
you.
son, you should be all right.
And she nods. Elsewhere, Mrs. Pegram has gone up to Ruby. So, did you clear the name of the place?
I think that it's shipping. I mean, you've done beautiful work here. I don't think that it'll have that horrific past hanging over it for too much longer.
Yes. Oh, Stuart, and she runs off to Stuart. You can see her basically tackle the professor. As she wraps him up in a big hug. Everybody sees that there, other than Alice, but Professor Rowan see that as well. A couple more hours, you are able to have some food, some dinner. You can just really, talk amongst yourselves about, everything that's happened here, what you're going to do when you get back to New York. Everybody, give me spot hidden rolls.
Do either of them know a Hilda Gunner?
Mentioning the name, nobody knows it except for Mabel.
Okay.
I still fail.
Me and Ruby pass.
Yeah, I failed too.
Is that your first fail of the game?
No, I've had I had a luck that I added some luck to one, and
and one you pushed to get a success. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Constitution. Yeah.
Since you're mentioning Hilda Gunner, you mentioned to everybody around, Professor, Mrs. Pegram, Mabel, the Bertram, he's there too. No. They all shake their head with a no. With the spot hidden rolls, okay, those are noted, and you're just having your drinks and everything.
Lovely prune juice.
This is quite the spread. You did. I mean, thank you for dinner.
Truly.
Yes.
Really well done. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Mabel is the best cook. It's wonderful.
Now, I have to ask, you're moving here, and obviously the paint is, all nicely done up and everything, but the place itself, the town is quite quaint.
Yes, but it seems to be a nice financial opportunity for me to start up something new here. Pegram's Place. We're going to turn this place around, and people from all over are going to enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Yes. I mean, listen, I know that there's bad things here, but with all the wonderful work you've done here, I know that we'll be able to have a place that everyone would love to enjoy.
Just so you know, the town does have a quite large and booming silly
auto
juice
industry.
Business. That too.
Well, we'll be sure to steer clear of that. Everyone else, give me one more spot hidden roll, please.
Fucking, why would you tell them that?
They're paying us $70. If we passed already, do we need to roll again, or are we still rolling again?
Yeah. Or just a whole nother.
I'm not gonna sell them out.
Oh,
I didn't say who it was. I just said there's a booming industry. Can I push it?
If you would like to.
Oh.
Okay, great.
Can I push it?
If you would like to.
Yes, it's a hard success.
Okay, so Ruby passes on that turn. Did Alice pass as well in that round?
Yeah, I did. I passed on that one.
So you two see a familiar face in the window. This eye rises. You see Esau sneering. All of a sudden, he spins off into the night.
I elbow Alice. Did you see that?
Please excuse me. I need to use the little girl's room.
I also need to. I will wait outside the door, and I stand up and.
Okay, yeah. What happens there?
I am going to the front door, and I am, or whatever, outside to go and see.
Dude, he's gone. He's gone.
He's gone.
He took off. He must have taken off. Deep One hybrid like stamina gone.
Fucking hell. Okay.
Why was he here? Did you see?
I think he just wanted to check in on Mabel.
Yeah, but we just told him to go to the new life. Go new life. Why would he come here?
He wants to
check out the new people.
Oh yeah, Mabel's gonna go with him. Yeah.
Okay, so then that's all sorted. Then why is he creeping around at night, looking in the windows?
He wants to check in on Mabel.
Meanwhile, our professor and Rowan, you notice the other professor, too many professors here, Rupert and Rowan notice the pilgrims. They're like, oh, well, a little tired here. I think we're going to retire to our rooms upstairs. If anyone needs us, please knock first. Oh, stop, she says.
Make sure you're not
relations.
As they head up the stairs to go leave, and Mabel starts putting things away. Bertram, they go off and start cleaning up, picking things up from your empty cups and such. Everyone here, everybody, Constitution rolls.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case.
Fuck.
Extreme success.
I got a feeling.
Extreme success as well. Indestructible, you might
Your
say.
Nona has taught my stomach a thing or two.
You don't throw up everywhere. No, I was just kidding. Okay, cool. So that is noted. That's noted.
I hate all these notes. So stressful.
Cool. All right. You all begin to just feel very extremely sleepy. Really, really sleepy. Now, what's that?
Would we put 2 and 2 together slightly here? It's very sudden onset after drinking and eating.
I mean, maybe.
My mind was already there before it started. If that's okay.
Hmm.
I'm gonna run to the toilet and grab some salt and a glass of water, and I'm gonna just chug that and throw up.
Okay, give me a Constitution roll.
Wait, why would you think we were being poisoned?
Extreme success followed by a hard success on that one. Hard success? Cool. You're trying to throw up. It's not working. It's not working.
Oh, okay. My constitution's too good.
As much as you try to chug that and, hurl, no, it's not. Again, you all just feel
like water.
You just feel like very sleepy, kind of woozy and everything, but you're fine. What else are you doing?
I would have, like, while we're cleaning up or whatever, I would have gone over to Mabel and I'd be like, go to him. We'll finish up here. Go.
Thank you. As Mabel sort of takes off the apron she's wearing and pushes out the back door and
Wait.
knows. Yes.
I'm gonna give her the coin.
Wait, I've got the coin.
Oh, can we give her the coin?
No,
Yeah.
I think she poisoned us. Also, I need it for the writing.
What if you? Work that out.
Okay, I'll
Turns back around looking.
If they question you, tell them that you're here for the Order of Dagon.
Dagon. Okay.
Mother Hydra.
Mother Hydra. Dagon. Mother Hydra. Dagon, Mother Hydra. Mother Hydra, Dagon.
Order of Dagon.
The Order of Dagon. And
Oh,
she leaves. Fantastic. Oh man, I saw that as like a movie in my head. That was good. Now, give me a Constitution roll. Everyone.
That's like
Extreme
the first
success
constitution
again.
roll
Okay.
I've
Hard
ever
success.
succeeded. My goodness. We all succeed.
Great. 1, 2, 3. Okay, great. Cool. All success. Fantastic. 6.
We're staying at this tavern, right? Or this house, right?
Yeah.
They're letting us stay here.
Mm.
I would look to the others and I want to go to bed. I don't know if it's just all the stuff we did today. I'm just feeling like I want to.
Yeah. This
I'm gonna
is
head
a good nap.
This is too suspicious. I'm
I go to bed, and I'm gonna
tired.
start going up the stairs to find a room to crash in.
Yeah, me too.
Careful which room you open.
Cool. So you mean you retired to the beds that you've all been staying in.
gonna
so
pretend
far.
to be asleep. This is too suspicious.
Aren't you like drugged or tired though? Like,
Well,
I'm
here's the
tired.
thing. EE and Grant, you passed that first one as well, right?
Extreme success.
Yeah.
And
Both 2 extreme successes. So while tired, you're just more woozy than anything.
hmm.
As as Rupert lays down, try to stays awake, pretends to sleep. And Rowan, what do you do? Do you go to bed?
No, we've already established in the fiction that Rowan maybe sleeps 1 hour a night and lives hard and fast. His party's just beginning. Maybe I write myself a little ditty. Maybe I compose a love ballad between Fish Boy and Maid Girl. Yeah.
So I must ask, are you playing saxophone here at night?
Oh my god.
I'm dabbling. Yeah.
Give me a saxophone roll.
I'm dabbling.
Hard success from that hard living.
Oh, nice. Now, Professor, give me a hard listen roll as you're staying awake in your bed.
I'm gonna be very bad at this. Okay. Listen. Hard success.
Oh my god. What?
So you hear these sounds of Rowan playing his saxophone in his room. It's making its way very easily to you through those wooden walls. But still, slightly over that, you hear footsteps in the middle of the night. This is about an hour later after you all sort of retired to your rooms. Footsteps that are creaking. Going towards roll that. Okay, let me do a little D2 action here. Going towards Ruby's room.
Okay. As soon as they pass the door to my room, I'm just gonna step out quietly behind and unsheathe the saber.
Before that happens, give me a dexterity roll.
Okay. Success.
All right. I go first. While Ruby is sleeping, this figure very slowly, very quietly makes their way into the room. You're not sure who it is at first, Professor. But as you're peeking out, you see this cleaver go into the room. Not Elijah Cleaver, but an actual cleaver. This cleaver comes down upon the sleeping Ruby for a D8 plus a D4.
She's dead.
Oh.
Blood splatters against the wall, against the face of this person there. Your turn.
Okay. Seeing this, I just scream, Ruby! I'm going to, instead of doing anything with the sword, I'm gonna draw upon some power. Deep one of Mother Hydra! Destroy this man! And I'm gonna summon a deep one.
Yeah, okay, cool. You give me that power roll?
Okay. Success. And
Okay.
it says MP cost is variable.
Yeah, so by that, I mean, to pass this, you'll have to spend each 10 percentile is 1 magic point. So to pass this, you'll have to spend 5 magic points.
Sure. Done. And I also lose 2 sanity. Sorry, I forgot it was actually a compound roll I could get there.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. So, yeah, so that happens. You feel this disturbance somewhere in the air. Like there's something happening as this person spins around. You see Mrs. Pegram, this deranged look in her eye, cleaver covered in Ruby's blood, standing there looking at you. At first, she looks around, expecting something to happen, but then tries to step closer to you. Before we proceed, give me a sanity roll.
Hard success.
Cool. You lose 1 more point of sanity from seeing your friend murdered just ruthlessly.
Okay.
Rowan, you hear the shout of the summoning. What do you do?
I'm going right upstairs, still wailing my sax loudly, because music is my weapon.
Okay. Great. So they hear you coming. Next up, we have this person again. So Pegram is going to swing this cleaver at you, Professor. Let's see if that hits. It does not. It does not, as it swings past your face. Your turn.
Okay. Hopefully the deep one will get here soon. I'm gonna use my saber. You know what? Sod it. Here we go. I use 2 points of luck.
All right.
Just edit that.
Yeah, and on the combat sheet, do your roll
Oh
for
yeah,
the damage.
sorry. Yeah.
No problem.
The damage is 8.
Cool. Describe how you're attacking with this saber.
She's got a much shorter weapon, so I'm probably backing away and giving her ground as she's trying to close with me. And as she like swings and I dodge backwards, I use the opportunity to like swing forwards and try and catch her on like the forearm as she overbalances.
Yeah, and that happens, and like slices into their arm. Again, blood is more abundant now. Now Rowan is able to enter the fray, coming in, blowing the saxophone. What do you want to do?
Beat the bejesus out of her, bare fists. So I'm going in swinging. About all I can do is brawl. I don't think I could turn my saxophone into a pair of nunchucks. So yeah, let's give her the old 1-2.
Okay.
Now I'm going to burn a shit ton of luck to turn that into a success because I've got it.
Okay. All right. So then roll your a D4. Okay, great. Yeah, so you do that damage there as you whoosh, give a great punch that sends Pegram flying back onto the ground, hits the ground with a oof, just like almost knocks the wind out of her. She's on the ground now. What would you like to do, Professor?
Can I make a sanity roll to see if I keep my calm and don't kill her, or whether I kill her? No, sorry, I kill her.
You're going to go in for another...
It's the heat of the moment. I'm in a saber fight. It's second nature. As soon as the other person is open, I stab.
Okay, well, then roll for the attack.
However, I miss.
So the saber stabs whoosh, directly into the wood, just right beside her face. Whoosh. It's almost simultaneously as you hear claws. And just like all this commotion, as something seems to be scaling the building. Window breaks. Shh. Then the same thing happens across the way. Another window breaking. What do you two do?
Can I stabilize Ruby, or is she done for?
Yo, she's donezo. I rolled so well on that.
All right. Oh.
Exceeded maximum HP in one hit.
Yeah. It was a damage bonus plus the cleaver.
Well, I'm carrying her out. I'm not leaving her here.
Okay.
I'll tell
cool.
you as you go past. I summoned the deep ones to stop her.
Well, I summoned these deep ones to stop her.
I'll wake Alice, and I'm gonna kind of allow Rowan past and try and edge towards Alice's room, keeping my sword at this woman.
Yeah. Alice isn't waking. Just knocked out cold. I might even like a slight snore there. But what you can hear from this other room, as these two large shapes rip into that room. You can hear Pegram's screams as she's absolutely ripped apart. Soon the screams cease as emerging from the room is Esau, claws bloody. He walks down the hall. He sees you. Go. It was her. Hilda. Go.
I thought that was the name, but I was incorrect. I called it. I grab Alice, and I'm gonna just over the shoulder carry her.
Behind Esau, coming out of this room, emerges a deep one. Full-blooded deep one, standing there in all its glory.
Alice in one hand, sword in the other. I look at the deep one. Your presence is no longer needed. Go back to your deep realm.
As it roars, this fish-like reptilian amphibious being there. Sanity roll for Rowan, seeing this thing so close to you.
$99.
Okay, great. So you're going to lose 3 points of sanity as you all carry Alice out of the room, out of the house, and you got Ruby as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. As the gang enters the car that's parked outside in order to leave, what do you do?
Still asleep, right? I'm fucking passed out. I'm dreaming about mittens.
You're asleep for another 3 hours.
What, bro?
I rolled a D4 and 1 hour's passed. So.
Oh my god.
I look at Rowan then. She can't be dead. No, she cannot be dead. She was fine when she went to bed a few hours ago. I went as quickly as I could. I delayed because I wanted to get behind her.
She's at peace now.
Maybe I can... What if I take her into the painting? Maybe the deep ones can...
I think we should let her sleep. I'm gonna close her eyes. Oh, I feel bad.
It's sad, indeed, this trip back to New York City. It's sadder once you arrive to the offices of Strange But True. It's empty. Cleaver leaves a note saying that he's packing up his things, that his research is complete, that he's heading to Innsmouth. And he thanks you all for the knowledge you've gathered on his behalf. Perhaps you'll have to find new avenues of work, new roommates, new ways to take your mind off of the terrible things you encountered, the terrible loss that you suffered. But Esau has hope. His son, Mabel, they have hope as they also head to Innsmouth, this land of new promise. But it doesn't last long. Just this summer, the government investigates Innsmouth. Now, publicly, this is a prohibition sort of investigation. Months later, in the winter of 1927, they go to blow up the place, set fire to its streets, to its people. But when that happens, the Deep One hybrids, the Deep Ones, the citizens of Innsmouth are nowhere to be found. Then or ever again. What is the epilogue of Alice?
I borderline think she actually develops a drinking problem. With Alice, with Ruby gone, I guess she's living with Mittens on her own. She'd write a letter to Ruby's parents in Poughkeepsie. She'd probably prepare the funeral, make sure that everything is kind of in order. She would have probably researched as much as she can to see if there's any way to revive Ruby, whether it's chopping off the hand or something. But she would be really, really messed up about this because she also couldn't help her friend. And granted, like, probably the only person who really gave her a solid chance at a real friendship.
As soon as you think about the possibilities of this hand, this needle, restoring any way to see your friend again, it's almost as if the chaos of the universe smiles at this. Alice, later in life, was visited by an agent of this agent of chaos, Nyarlathotep. Her mind and soul was never the same. Is that really Ruby you're seeing? Old Alice will never know. Please, the epilogue of Professor Rupert.
has a collection of esoteric stuff in a small room, which all relates to things that he can't explain, having caught the bug and wanting to know more to understand what happened to Ruby, why it happened, and why he was unable to help. He may even have been at Innsmouth watching it burn.
And watching perhaps a lone deep one swimming away. They live on in your mind and memory. Maybe they'll visit you one day. Hopefully. But of course, you have several keys that could lead to their continuance. You could start something new here, Professor. If your mind can hold up. Rowan, please, what is your epilogue?
Oh, Rowan moves upstate and opens a school, the Ruby Wells School for Curious Minds, and it is the first academic facility for all children, and all are welcome. It's fully integrated, and so long as they are curious and willing to work hard and they're willing to learn, they are welcome. We established it before Rowan served in World War I. He was an academic, hence his high education scores, but he pursued music after that. Now he still teaches music at the school and leads the band, but he's all about making sure that the world is a little brighter and a little stranger after one of its brightest stars have gone out.
Beautiful. There's something delicate and hopeful about the mind of a child, of youth. Let's visit that. Let's close with that. We are transported to Poughkeepsie, New York, as a young girl dreams of something new. When she grows up, young Ruby Wells wants to move to the big city. Ruby, what do you hope to find there?
Well, there's got to be more than just corn and cows and boring parties sitting atop hay bales. I've always seen lights in the sky, so I feel like there's got to be something a little bit more to life than what surrounds me now.
Perhaps there is something out there. Beyond the farms of Poughkeepsie, beyond the streets of New York, or even the barren shores of Innsmouth. Out there beyond the stars. Something strange. And all too true. And that's my game. EE, back to you.
I can't do this to me. I'm crying, you're crying.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Ruby, do you need that hand, by the way? I might have chopped it off your corpse and kept it in my museum. Just saying, you don't need it, right?
So messed up, dude. Rupert, fucking hell.
Right, okay. We've been rolled for it. This has been Call of Cthulhu. Strange, but true. Thank you very much. We'll be doing our after show live today because it's our last episode of the season, so they do go up on YouTube, freely accessible to everyone, and we'll do this one live on Twitch. So, before we get to that, we're going to go through everyone where you can find them. Let's, of course, start off with our lovely Keeper of Law. Sadist in the extreme with that ending. London, who are you? What are you doing? Where we find you?
Hey, everybody. I'm London Carlisle. I am an actor and game master and fan of Call of Cthulhu. You can find me on Twitter at London Carlisle or here on Twitch running Spot Hidden. That's at Spot Hidden, where I do this every Tuesday with my friends. We run Call of Cthulhu, and right now we're on episode 12. of a campaign set in the modern day at Miskatonic University. There is the secret society of, young students that are investigating the mythos on and off campus. So if you like what I do here, I'd love to have you over there and, just check us out. So that's me.
True, innocent farm fish. Katie, what about you?
Oh, I was trying to hold it together here. I was like, oh, this is just some sort of fever dream. This isn't real, but like the way you ended that was so beautiful, London. I am processing it. Hi, I'm Katie
Thank
Peters
you.
Plays. I played past tense Ruby Wells, and it was an honor to RP with all of you and get to be GM'd by you, London. I'm so sad, but also all of these characters have touched my heart, and so it's been a wonderful 4 weeks. I'm sad today's the last day, but if you want more of me, you can catch me on my channel at Katie Peters Plays, or on Twitter at Play Katie Play. I'm just gonna sit here and soak the moment in. That's me.
Okay, Fendi, what about you when you're not being a mob boss?
Oh, fuck. Hi guys, I'm Vandy. I played Alice for you today, and yeah, I just want to echo the sentiment. Thank you for inviting me to this campaign. It was short and sweet and amazing, and my first Call of Cthulhu experience. So goddamn. When I'm not here, you can find me also here. On Roll For It on another show. I'm one of the commanders for, oh my gosh, The Last Ditch, which is actually tomorrow. So I'll be on tomorrow and the Sunday after. And I'm also on Sheepy's channel, or The Wandering Inn on Mondays, playing some Vampire the Masquerade, which is super fun. So, and I play Among Us with friends on Wednesdays and Fridays. So come hang out if you want some crazy, murder times in space.
Ron, what about you?
Hi, everybody. My name's Grant Ellis. You can find me on Twitter at WisePuppetGrant. I design a lot of games. I run a lot of games on Twitch here and there. London, excellent campaign. This was a phenomenal mini-series. Hats off to Roll For It, EE, and the whole team for always producing these really fun Saturday shows that really bring a lot of joy. And also, it is wonderful to meet Katie and Vandy and to play with you all. You are phenomenal to play with each week, and really appreciate the opportunity.
Okay. I'm Trillium. You can find me at youtube.com/Trillium and Twitter.com/Trillium. I'm playing a lot of Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Stormgrounds, and Total War Warhammer 2 at the moment. That's the thing. And also, I freaking called it! I said it was her! I was like, wait, is it the wife? Called it!
She really did like Ruby.
Anyway, we're gonna
Messed
take
up.
a brief respite to go to an after show. I will just quickly check if there were any tips. Bear in mind the after show again is live today, so you don't need to just check out just yet. If you do want to hang around for the after show, you can. Also, we do have a giveaway for Roll20, who are sponsoring us. There is a link up on our Twitters, and that'll give you access to the giveaway for the Dungeon Master's Guide on Roll20, and one lucky person will win. I think last week it was Bill Templeton off the top of my head, so congratulations, Bill. Right. Having a look at tips for this week. If they will load. There were none! Okay, we're gonna go to a brief respite. We'll be back shortly in a few minutes. So stick around and we'll have questions and emotions and feelings and just rocks to throw at London. Need to find a rock. Bang a sec. Hello, and welcome to the after show for Strange But True, our Call of Cthulhu campaign, episode 4 live. We're doing this, and as a tribute to Ruby Wells, today's background music will be brought to you by The Great Gatsby, Grant. There we go.
I was terrified you were going to make me sing it live.
I mean, if you want to.
No.
We can't sync it up.
Woman.
Demons having woman.
So, okay, I have one really big question, which is... So I was right that it was the mother, but... not the mother, the wife. But why did she do it? Was she like an agent of one of the, like, other deities that hate deep ones, or...?
No. So, she did it because she was this person named Belle Gunnis that was like this, the serial killer that was going around marrying rich people, killing them, and then moving on to the next. So
Isn't that kind of like what was happening in the house before?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. So it's like this cycle of things there, and that's why. And that's why when you saw Esau kind of pop up in the window and look in and then freak out and leave, it's because he recognized her, and he had to get out of there, collect his thoughts, come back, and get some absolution, I guess. Yeah, and honestly, I didn't plan on this whole ending happening. We needed a good conclusion because originally in the plans this would end with this all-out gang war between the Chicago gangsters, Flanagan's men. But you know what?
What?
Alice ended that early. Alice came and was like, nope. So that was quelled. Yeah. So then, okay, what else can we do? EE is suspicious. I've set up maybe that this person has a past. Let's enact that as the ending of this little arc here.
No! I killed Ruby! No!
You killed Ruby.
Way to go. All right.
Your suspicion.
It was
Never
always
give
a
the GM
contingency.
ideas!
Well, no, it was always a contingency just in case, like, for you run games and stuff. You know that things might fall through, and I knew that this group might kill those gangsters out on the road or talk them away, and that's what happened.
I imagine the gang war isn't fully gone so much as 2 weeks delayed when they go back and are like, oh, the muscle you said they were going to deal with everything. We're like, we send no muscle. All right, boys, let's go find them.
Well, at least you're out of town at this point. Well, some of you, yeah.
Fucking hell, dude.
At least you have mittens.
Mittens doesn't have his other mom.
I feel the $70 I made on this assignment I would give to Alice for the mittens fund, regardless of it being a raccoon.
The mittens fun.
Oh my god, like the fact that Ruby confided in Alice that she's like, yeah, he's actually a raccoon, and then she died. Like, that to me is just like,
It's her character arc.
that's heart-wrenching.
Y'all wrote a great story here. Like, y'all wrote a great story.
Fuck.
Like, that was beautiful. That's beautiful.
Oh my god, my
I
heart.
had so
Right,
much
though.
fun playing this.
It's classic story arc. She begins with this, like, delusion. She gets to face her delusion, and as soon as she faces her delusion and has closure, she dies. We should have known as soon as he
Her
said that.
delusion was about the fucking raccoon.
That's her character arc. It's a raccoon.
There was the raccoon. You got the weird tattoo hand.
Oh,
She's
the
part
tattoo,
fish
yeah.
person. There's just a lot that.
I mean, you don't have the
moving
weird
from
tattoo
country
hand
to big
anymore, at
city.
least.
Yeah. Don't
I
have
feel like
to-
everybody had great arcs, So, like, from the delusion to the non-professor with the being sort of like the bumbling academic, then becoming a collector of all this shit. You know what I mean? Or we go from bartender to boss. You know what I mean? And then
Bartender to mob boss.
bartender to boss, and then Rowan. You know what? Charming an entire crowd, quelling a crowd, so that you could go around and steal a dimensional portal off of a wall.
We got away with so much
What?
shit because of that saxophone.
Honestly, and 2 marriages and divorces. I mean, who can say? Who can say that they've done that in a campaign? Like, it doesn't happen.
Always
Man.
looking for the next future ex Mrs. Phoenix.
Future.
Oh god, you sound like the serial killer. No.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Always on the hunt.
I do want to point out, London sent me what the writer of the 3rd episode said, which was that no one ever steals the painting. And I was like, why would you not steal the painting? It's there.
For real.
Oh man. Yeah, on YouTube. Yeah, he left a comment. He like saw it and was like, "Oh, this is great." And he like laughed at the blue balls comment or whatever. And then and then also said nobody takes the painting. Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
God
Yeah.
damn.
That's funny. Oh, that's so funny.
So, like, the deep ones are not good people, or they're not good entities, or is it just all a matter of perspective?
I guess it's perspective. They are servants of Dagon and Hydra, which are servants of Cthulhu, kind of at the top of that chain. So
And
it's maligned from the top down.
they do
really.
eventually turn
Yeah.
into deep ones, right? The hybrids eventually turn, right?
Yeah.
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 So if Ruby did not get the tattoo, would I have like slowly turned into a deep one?
Yeah. Yeah. This probably would have gone, very different. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I'm almost curious how that would have been too. Oh,
Yeah, like there was like stuff in the last episode that could have been definitely done differently, or navigated around if you were progressing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I almost want to like eventually play another round of this where the only change is that Ruby doesn't get the tattoo. And that's
like a choose your own
that's it.
ending.
yeah.
We
So
just
it's
go
like a
back to
choose-
there.
Oh, the save state.
Yeah, you go back to that save. Yeah, the one save file there, and you're just like, load and play out as the evil Ruby.
Like
Or
you
as-
do
as
eventually
fish
go
Ruby.
like complete evil. Like you can try and hold on to a bit of sanity here and there, but eventually you do just go complete deep
Is
one.
this a hot take? I don't think all the deep ones are bad.
I don't. You know what? After the hybrids, especially.
Oh no, the hybrids,
you know?
the deep ones are.
Yeah, there's like these like forces of just evil nature. Yeah. But yeah, I wanted to kind of show that, especially with like Esau, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because this
He
then
was such
became
a good bean. I liked him.
he was just living his life and somebody got freaked out, which is a larger Lovecraft conversation, that the thing about other and all that. But we ended the story with the villain being just as human as anybody else here.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think there's a message in there,
Yeah.
Everyone is evil.
Well, it's also like she was so into it, like she was so into this whole like mythos, and like she had followed us for a really long time, and we're fans of our work. And it almost makes sense to me that she would go and like try to kill each of us, and just be like, well, now I'm the keeper of the stories kind of thing, So it's fucking mental, dude.
Yeah. If EE and Grant hadn't gone on to do like the extreme con success at the beginning, it would have been completely different. Especially if you all would have went to sleep, which would have happened for 4 hours. So I rolled the D4 in 4 hours. So, or I think I rolled a D6 and it was 4. But yeah, you would have been
Would we
out.
have all died? Would we have like?
In that case, yeah, because you couldn't wake up, and she'd come with a cleaver and just off each of you.
Holy shit!
Unless it didn't quite kill you and you wake up in the middle of it and there's another sanity roll as this person covered in blood stands above you and coming down with a cleaver again.
I wish I was quick to the door. I could have stopped this all. I could have got to the door quicker. I could have saved Ruby, but I was like, no, I'll just stand
we
up
did
behind
little-
her. I'll get up behind her and surprise her. It was too slow.
Yeah, we did the dex rolls and mine was only slightly lower than yours. And-
Two. I should have used luck. I should have used luck.
Oh, it's slightly lower. Yep.
I could have saved
Yeah.
Ruby.
Wow.
Okay, that's where her story was supposed to end. She's swimming around somewhere in the ether now.
I feel like
Would they-
Alice would have also gotten like a new gun and named it like Ruby's Revenge or something,
Wow.
like a revolver or something, just like something small but packs a punch. Oh
Man.
God, that would have fucked Alice up so badly. Jeez.
Also, if intimate and like the deep ones just kind of disappear, like that would have been the weirdest feeling of like I can't get revenge on them. I can't like. Actually, no. I mean, there's a lot of different. I have so many questions. What would have happened if Rupert had taken me into the painting? Would there have been anything or?
I probably would have tried to trap you there.
Yeah.
Oh no.
No, like I fully was like, I'm pretty certain there is nothing they will do. Like when you dead, but I would totally like put it past Rowan, and if Rowan's like it's worth a try, I would try it, and maybe I'd just never come back.
Rowan was so heartbroken, and Ruby was the Velveteen Rabbit. She had a very hard life, and she had to essentially kill things every moon cycle, and it's not fair to her to be, she had been second guessing all of her decisions. So someone else made a choice and took her from us. So Rowan was content once he realized she was past that we best let her sleep.
Wow, that Velveteen Rabbit thing, that's nuts. Like, and that it's Ruby. Oh my goodness. Again, it was like a dice roll. Like I rolled a d4. If it was evens, I was going with Ruby. If it was odds, I was going with Alice. And it was evens. Yeah.
Oh God, what would have happened if I died first?
Ruby would be alive.
Oh God, I don't even want to think about,
I think
I was like, it took me a moment to really recognize that Ruby was actually dead. Like I was saying, like, no, he's gonna joke about it. He's gonna say it's a prank.
It's a prank, yeah.
Or like here comes the death save,
Yeah.
But, no.
I think there's definitely alt universe comic book like future where after that event you just like, what happens to Rupert? The year's 2050. Rupert's there looking just the same, with a shotgun and a sword over his back, and he's hunting deep ones, and then the camera pans down to his hand and you see a familiar sigil.
Oh God.
That's the comic book version.
I love that. Oh man, that's rad.
There's so many ways that could have gone. Oh man. It's freaking bonkers, man. I can't even think about this.
I'm so into this. I almost want to like commission artwork of this and just put it on my wall of like your character so I can look at it and be happy. Just like a hit of serotonin every time I see it.
Well, we saw the wonderful fan art that was made by Void Smoker, who is, with mittens and the can opener.
The can opener slays me in that every time. It's so perfect.
And mittens look so happy to be doing
I know
it.
artists are like, people are hard, and then they're like, animals are harder, and yet Void does that raccoon, and I'm like, that is yes.
To be fair, our raccoon definitely seems borderline like a human child. Like he's just, he's a little trash boy, and we love him. I'm just trying to scroll down to find the.
I'm looking at it. I'm so happy.
I want to post it in the chat here so that people can see it.
Good shout.
Here, I got it. Here we go. If people haven't seen it yet, that is freaking amazing. So thank you, Void Smoker, for bringing that to life for us. Because what a great time.
Sorry, every time like the song ends, it plays the dolphin going really loudly, and as you were being like, "Thank you so much, Void," it went. Oh yeah, again, thank you very much to Grant for bringing Demon Summon to life, which we now have the song we play at a funeral as well.
So extra. I get the extra bug, and then we have to become extra. It happens. But that's why I love RPGs and games.
Builds the world. It really does. It's just a red drink. It's like starting off from like the red drink to moving into town and coming from Egypt and just all this.
I think we can probably share the picture. We can do a tweet in chat. Because I mentioned the red drink, and then I made the Clover Club that night.
Oh, you did?
have you seen the picture?
No, I want to see it.
It's in our like group chat all the way back. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'll drop one of those.
Looks real good.
It was good. It's a nice one. I'm so extra. I researched how to make raspberry syrup because it requires. They're like, oh, some people use grenadine, but a raspberry syrup is actually you're doing yourself a favor. I was like, let's see, let's boil these raspberries with this sugar and all right, strain it. I bought a strainer to strain the raspberry seeds out of it.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll do. I'll send the pic.
I'm scrolling back up here too. Oh my gosh, that's gorgeous.
Yeah, I caught it with the sunset and everything.
Wow.
Gotta separate
That
the
looks
egg white.
delicious.
It's a good one. So it's gin. So for the audience, if you want to make one, it's equal parts like gin, lemon juice, raspberry syrup, and an egg white. Shaken in a cocktail shaker with ice, strain into a chilled martini glass, and then garnish it with some fresh raspberries.
Sounds amazing. Oh my goodness.
If you don't mix it well enough, the egg white won't have the nice, beautiful foam layer on top. So make sure you shake it longer than you would a other kind of cocktail. I'm extra, sorry.
No, listen, you're not extra. You are doing it the right amount so that you have the perfect amount of foam. I mean, I guess you gotta have that. It's the right drink. The red drink. Oh man. This was a really amazing introduction to Call of Cthulhu. So thank you again for putting together like this really great cast and everything. This was super cool.
Oh no, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
EE
Thank
guy.
you. Yeah. Thank you.
He's being self-deprecating. He's being a self-deprecating doink.
Wow, you called me hottish earlier, London. Thank you for that.
No. Thank you, EE, for having us here, man. This has been a blast.
Mhm.
Like some of the best time I've ever had playing RPGs. Period. Let alone Call of Cthulhu, but yeah.
Also,
So cool.
it's so bad that I am looking at my sheet and I'm like, oh, I can advance my stats. I want to play more with this guy. I should do the leveling up. And I'm like, but no, this is over. I have to step away.
Yeah, I can't level up any of mine either. I was looking at it like library use, psychology, and I was like, oh.
Well, Ruby, let's
Ruby
just say
The hit buttons.
Yeah.
that our experiences with you and what we've learned will come in handy.
How dare you? How dare you?
Oh,
Wow,
no.
we're canceling EE. That's it.
Yeah, that's too much. That's too far.
Can I get an oof in the chat for this one? My God.
I don't have a wah wah. I need a wah wah sound.
It's okay. You made the sound. It's good. That was pretty decent.
Wah, wah,
Just
wah.
a big ol' oof. My goodness.
I even dropped one. I had to put a oof in there.
Just oof, man.
But the way
But yeah.
you weaved that ending was wonderful.
Ending with a
It hit me in the
flashback?
feels. Yeah, like it hit me in the feels. I was like, oh.
Yeah, genuinely,
All of
that's the
it.
closest I have got to crying on any show so far. By a decent margin.
That's awesome. Oh my goodness.
As soon as I could
think I
see
was
it
too
coming, I
stunned
was
to
like,
cry.
no. No.
I can't. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Hey, there's always one shots if you want to play your characters other than Ruby again on anything. You already have a
We
leg
could
up.
do a prequel
Other
one
than
shot, like
Ruby.
when Ruby very first joins up, the very first day in the office with Ruby, like her very
Yeah.
first assignment.
Yeah.
I got so excited about playing it that I bought the book because I was.
Yeah!
And the art is so cool in this. I can just
mine is still on the
absorbing
way. I
art.
have it, but it's on the way. It's in the post. So
I got it, and
I'm gonna have to
I've
pick
been
it
like
up.
a little kid on Christmas since I got this. So
I love
I've
that
been,
y'all have that. Oh my god.
I gotta pick that up now. I've been.
It's
oh,
so
man.
cool.
Oh
It's-
man.
So many good systems, and this one is definitely one that I want to play again. This is amazing.
yeah, no, it's a really nice, elegant system. I think it was after like the first session, I was like, I need to put a group together just to play this in my off time at home, like off camera. And I think I was like, after the second session, I was like, London, give me all your tips and tricks and clues. I want everything.
And after I run it, I send the PDF of it to EE for him to have.
Yeah.
In case everyone wants to play it.
There's so much more. The first one especially, because that's the one I've really dug into. Like, it is so much stuff, and a lot of it is really well laid out with, like, optionally if you want to ramp up the tension here, or if you want to put this in, or whatever.
Yeah.
That was good. Yeah.
I just showed them the picture of Woodrow Wilson.
Oh yeah, yeah.
One of them was like, "That's Woodrow Wilson." I was like,
Yes.
I like how none of us picked up on that. Just like, oh, a president. And we're just like, oh, that guy looks
I have
nice.
a defense. I'm British.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's true.
I don't. I have no defense.
I'm Canadian. I mean, I don't know.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, like yeah. So if to the people watching, yeah. So this is. I mean, I mentioned it in a previous after show, but this is. This has been a campaign that Chaosium ran as kind of like their what is it called, Adventurers League thing back in 2019. If you play D&D, so it's not like published in any format right now or anything. Like I reached out to Chaosium, I was like, I'm about to run this show for Roll For It. Is there anything I can use that you have? And they gave me this, and I've really kind of tried to piece it together into something that we could use here to play with. So hopefully they'll publish that one day. And Chaosium, if you like this, please make these people like pre-gen characters that people can play as, because that'd be fun, you know.
And Mittens.
And Mittens, yeah.
Don't forget Mittens. Mittens needs to be in it.
Stat Mittens.
Yeah, and
Stat Mittens. He needs to be statted.
Yeah, they sent me. They basically just sent me just like the InDesign files. Like I had to convert it to PDF myself.
Wow.
Yeah. But it's cool. It's cool. Yeah. So, lots more to be mined there. I had to, pick and choose what I wanted to use and compress into something that we could play in 4 hours, which is hard. But y'all were awesome to play with and to work off of.
There's a raccoon named Rebecca. What is this picture? What? Do you see this? That was posted in the chat there?
Mm-mm.
First Lady Grace Coolidge holding Rebecca, the raccoon.
What?
Oh, yeah.
1926, bro.
That's legit.
Rebecca came from Mississippi.
That's the same year. That's the same year we did this, right?
Yes.
She was sent to the White House to be served for the 1926 Thanksgiving dinner, but the Coolidges decided to keep her as a pet instead. For Christmas, an embroidered collar was made. Inscribed the title
my
White
God.
House Raccoon. She participated in the annual Easter egg roll at the White House. What?
America. This is the land of freedom and raccoons.
I feel that picture needs to be, oh my God, included.
That's Ruby's mother. That's definitely Ruby's mother. That's canon now,
Ruby's mom.
right?
I mean, she kind of weirdly looks a little bit like me.
Rebecca.
Yeah.
Like if I was older,
Huh.
maybe.
Yeah.
This is wow.
Your real dad was Woodrow Wilson. Your real mum was the First Lady of the White House in 1926.
I'm actually a
Coolidge.
porpoise person. Surprise!
That's
Got like a
amazing.
tattoo on my hand. It's all real. This is a true life story.
Strange,
How cute Rebecca
but
is.
true.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I guess
I'm obsessed.
that's amazing. We'll have to wrap up the after show here. Thank you very much to everyone for watching. You've all been great. And obviously the VODs will go up on YouTube and stuff. And thanks again to Roll20 for doing the sponsorships and all that stuff. And yeah, we're off. That's it. And the song just got to the dolphin, so that was perfect timing. Bye, everyone. For Claire, that was amazingly painful. Amazing.
That was sick, y'all. That was so fun. That was so